So apparently, I'm just getting a message that the host has stopped my video. So
We're working on that, Mr.
oh,
Fallon.
thank you.
Yeah, you must have missed the memo about you, Dan. We had it.
Oh well.
Yeah, we had to pick one, and you didn't reply, so your video got turned off.
That was it.
Dan,
That's me.
Dan, I got a haircut today and they let me in. I don't know. Maybe there's a message there.
Kindness. The kindness is overwhelming.
There he is. Oh, sounds good. All right, I believe everyone is here, and I believe that Rick is one of the phone numbers I've pinned to the top of my screen. And just as a heads up, when Councilman Member Incan is on the phone, I mean, when he does talk, it does unmute everybody. So be forewarned that you might pop off a mute for a little bit, and then we'll be back on. So, but with that, just a moment, hide my own picture because I don't need to see that. But otherwise, good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Frisco Town Council. Can I have the roll call, please?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. Mortensen,
Here.
Aronson,
Here.
Hurley,
Here.
Fallon,
Here.
Held.
Here.
Thank you. Incan,
Here.
thank you. Sherburne.
Here.
Thank you so much. Moving on, we will now open up to public comment. Anyone wish to make a public comment this afternoon, you may do so now. Please keep your comments to no longer than 3 minutes. State your name and your address for the record. And we're happy to accept comments and anything that's on this afternoon's work session, but not on the regular agenda. So anyone willing to make a public comment, please do so now. And Hayes, I think we'll make sure everything's unmuted and
Totally. I just wanted to talk about the Main Street Promenade. My understanding is that it's kind of something being discussed and not a definite for this season. It made my life so much better as a Frisco local. I've lived here for 4 years. There's a great community of people here that is hard to access sometimes. You know, the community's usually accessed through recreation. You can hang out with mountain bikers if you mountain bike, or you meet people rock climbing if you rock climb. But having that promenade and being able to go walk around and meet people, like meet my neighbors, and just know there was a place that the community was at surface level and accessible, just gave the town an identity to me. Like I live, work, and recreate here. I mostly take the bus and ride my bike around. Like I don't drive very much. I don't leave Frisco very much. And there's not many towns you can do that in America. It's like some 1950s, style that people really want these days. I feel like that whole scene last summer, the vibe of it, people that live in Summit County were just undeniably saying that like Frisco was the best that Summit had to offer. That promenade really brought that out. Even now in these last couple of weeks where we had some sunny weather and I've been hanging out at the coffee shop or the bookstore, you know, it's not kind of the same as when it's a throughway. And I know it's not meant to be that, but like when a route to get somewhere is the shortest distance and quickest, it sort of is just the way. So the way to get the Breck for people from Denver is through downtown Frisco. And they come up that freeway and, you know, they're going through traffic, they're stressed, they're not laying off the gas when they go through town, they're honking their horn. I mean, I sit in front of the bookstore and read, and people are honking their horn at like old people trying to parallel park. And it was just like, I don't know, it felt like something was taken away, or like it feels like if that doesn't happen, like I'm going to be missing out on something that was like made me love the community. And I was talking to my boss, negotiating the next couple of years of my employment and life, kind of thinking like, oh, that promenade's definitely going to be happening for the next couple of years. And like, if I learn that that's not happening, I'm like not that concerned about staying in Frisco personally. Like that's a big, big deal for me. And I don't know, I could talk about this back and forth and any specific issues regarding it for a long time. So I'll let it go. But like, I know it's a complicated issue. I just wanted to express how much it meant to me, and that it kind of like created a place that made me feel like, oh, this is where I could anchor a lifestyle versus like, okay, this is a place I'll have a chapter of life because it's a transient place and move on. And I don't know, I just really hope y'all implement it again, and the sooner the better, because I know business owners that have told me like, yeah, we're thinking about setting up a suite area for the promenade, just waiting for the go ahead to buy this and that and to invest in and setting up, because I know they had to do it quickly last year. And so if they're given the time to know that it's going to happen, who knows what these business owners might put into it to really make it great this year.
Great.
So I just hope y'all can come to a decision one way or the other quickly. Because if I learn 1 month before June, if I learn in May that it's not happening, it's going to break my heart.
I appreciate that, Hayes. And for the record, can we have your full name and your address, please? Sorry.
Yes, James Hayes Walsh. I live at 223 Creekside Drive here in Frisco.
Excellent. I really appreciate your comments, Hayes. Thank you so much. And hopefully you can stick around for the conversation. Are there other folks wishing to make a public comment this afternoon? Again, you can raise your hand, the participant list, unmute yourself, turn your video on. Okay, seeing no additional public comment. Deborah, thank you for helping me look. Appreciate that. We'll move on to mayor and council comments. Council, anyone have anything they'd like to say this afternoon? Dan, go ahead, please.
Short and sweet, and thank you for the team that put together the new council packets and agenda. It is a game changer for me. Thank you very much. It's ultra accessible, and hopefully it will be for people tuning into the meeting and looking to grab that information quickly. So nice work. Everything continues to improve. You guys are all doing
Great. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. Other council comments? I would just say I apologize for not making our last meeting, but I was doing other work, and I had a few minutes in between teaching, and I was able to log in through our YouTube channel and watch a small portion of the meeting, and that worked great as well. For those who aren't aware, if you want to have us on in the background and be informed, the YouTube channel is a great way to stay in touch with the meeting, but not worry about if you're muted or if your video is on, and you can participate with the safety of YouTube and not being in the meeting itself. So don't forget about that option. If there are no other council comments, any staff updates, I do see that Bonnie is on our finance report for a staff update.
Mayor and council, I don't have any.
Okay,
Thank you.
excellent. Then with that, I need to hopefully have this open. Moving on to a proclamation, and give me one moment, please, because I have somehow closed out that file. And it won't let me open it. Stand by one, unless Nancy, you have it close at hand and you can email it to me. That would be, or I can read it from the screen if you can share your screen and then everyone can see it, whichever is easier. I apologize.
Give me just 1 sec, Mayor. Sorry, I'm just opening my email because I close it for the meeting because it makes noise. Actually, I'm going to ask our communications director, Vanessa, there may be a different version than mine. Vanessa, could you share your screen with the last version?
I apologize, everyone. This is my fault, but
Or I have just emailed it to Mayor Mortensen again.
Thank
whatever
you.
prefer, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
you can open it because I'm having trouble opening my town email for some reason, which actually happened.
Okay.
Vanessa, could you share your screen, please?
Sorry, Vanessa.
Thank you. Just share the screen, Mayor.
That'd be great. And while she's working on that, I just wanted to recognize the fact that we're right in the middle of the first reported case in the state of Colorado and a few days out from the lockdown. So I wanted to have a proclamation kind of saying that. So I would thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate that. Thanks for bearing with me. But I'd just like to say that whereas the first case of COVID-19 in Colorado was identified in Summit County, Colorado on March 5th, 2020, and whereas 115 million people in the world, 28 million people in the United States, and 434,000 people in Colorado have tested positive for COVID-19, and whereas 2.56 million people in the world, 518,000 people in the United States, and 6,063 people in Colorado have lost their lives to COVID-19. And whereas the normal course of our daily life, commerce, celebrations, education, gatherings, healthcare, travel, arts, and culture have been disrupted in an unprecedented way across the world, Colorado, Summit County, and Frisco. And whereas Summit County and Frisco's residents have come together in unparalleled levels to support each other, local business, youth, local nonprofits, and those most in need. And whereas Summit County's and Frisco's businesses have acted with exceptional perseverance, innovation, and resilience to keep businesses open, residents employed, to support the financial well-being of the whole community, and to serve the community with vital products and services. And whereas Summit County Public Health and the community's healthcare providers have delivered remarkable service to the community to protect public health and save lives. And whereas frontline workers in grocery stores, restaurants, public safety, transportation, education, postal service, road and infrastructure maintenance, technology and utilities have served with dedication. And whereas the town of Frisco recognizes the extraordinary challenges of the past year, as well as the extraordinary actions of residents, businesses, employees, Summit County Public Health, and the healthcare providers. And whereas the town of Frisco acknowledges that there are brighter and better days ahead because of the outstanding efforts of the people in this community. Now, therefore, I, Hunter Mortensen, Mayor of the town of Frisco, Colorado, do hereby officially proclaim gratitude to our community for their perseverance, creativity, caring, and unmatched level of support for each other on this the 9th day of March 2021. Thank you for sharing that, Vanessa. I apologize, but I just want to make sure that it goes noticed of all that we have been through, not only as a council, as a community, as a town, and everyone else. So thank you all. I greatly appreciate where we've come from and where we are today. Moving on to the work session and agenda item number 1. This is the CDOT GAP project 2021 project phasing and plan. I will now turn it over to Nancy or Jeff. Who's kicking this one off for us?
This is Public Works Director Jeff
Okay.
Gopal. Thank
Jeff,
you.
welcome. Good to see you. And the floor is yours, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. This item is before you at Council's request so that you could get an update and have a discussion with CDOT regarding the GAP project and phase 2 of it this year and the effects and what could be happening this spring and summer and how that may relate to the later discussion of the promenade. With that being said, I will introduce Grant Anderson, CDOT's resident engineer for up here in Summit County, and he can introduce his team and take you forward in this conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having us. So to start out, this weather was looking pretty good and we were hoping to start early, but who knows now. I just heard 5 feet's coming to the Front Range, so we'll see. But on the line here, we've got our project manager from the contractor, Kyler Demink. And I hope Kyler can do the bulk of the presentation from the contractor's perspective, but I've also got our project engineers, Jason Lobbs with our consultant, Cirque Civil, and Kevin O'Reilly, who works out of my office and is our project engineer from CDOT. So what we didn't have in the packet and that I wanted to touch on first was we do have an extensive public outreach subcontractor for the job. And so people probably noticed the flyers last year around this time. I think we'll have another round coming, but there's a website, there's a phone number, and that'll get you to the right people to get signed up to subscribe to the weekly updates and emails for the work all summer. And so before I kick it over to Kyler, Jason, and Kevin, I think last year went pretty well. Hopefully everybody saw that we made a good attempt to keep traffic flowing, even though we had a substantial amount of work to do. This year I feel like is going to be about the same. I think traffic volumes are going to probably increase. We thought they'd be a little lower last summer, but they were actually kind of on par with normal traffic years just because so many people were coming to the mountains. So the big challenge is going to be keeping traffic moving. I think the reconstruction of the Main Street signal with Highway 9 is going to be very difficult. It's going to be a great improvement once we're done, but that intersection is very congested. Unlike the previous season, the county common signal didn't have quite as much volume as Main Street. So that's going to be the big difference in how we get that signal phased in. And so with that, I think hopefully, I know we have 30 minutes. We'll have maybe 15 minutes or something of presentation by Kyler. And then if you guys have questions, hopefully we'll have time at the end. So Kyler, maybe you can try and present your screen, or Jason, and I'll be quiet.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. I can share my screen here. Everybody see that okay?
Yeah, looks great, Kyler. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kyler Demink. I'm with SEMA Construction. As Grant mentioned, I'm just going to give a quick overview of the construction phasing and durations for phase 2 construction. Overall construction duration right now, what we're planning is May to October of this upcoming summer. This is kind of a quick synopsis schedule overview of the project. This next season, we have the project broke out into 4 phases, and we can go into a little bit more detail here, but this is kind of just the overall synopsis of it. So phase 2A, 2A-1, and sorry, my video is not working right now, so apologize for that. But phase 2A-1, phase 2B, and phase 2C. Basically, phase 2A is some removal patchwork of existing medians starting in May, some drainage line work and Main Street corners, and a little bit of work at 8th Street on the southbound side. This duration is May through June. Phase 2A-1, we're going to shift traffic into the southbound alignment. So very similar to last year, shift traffic in the southbound alignment and construct the northbound portion of State Highway 9. This phase taking place June, July. Phase 2B, we hit a milestone. July 1st, open the temp roundabout at 8th. And then later on in the summer, shift traffic to the northbound alignment in late July and construct the southbound portion. So again, this year we're kind of taking it in halves. seems to work well, keep the traffic flowing, and really opens up the work area to progress that work efficiently. Phase 2C, we hit another milestone, which is September 15th, completion of all HMA paving. And then within phase 2C, we're just wrapping up some median paving tapers, curb ramps, and crosswalks, which ultimately brings us to the end of the project in October. Walk through a little bit more detail of the phasing. So this is phase 2A. The drain lines I spoke of earlier. This is the work we want to get in this phase, including all these drain lines, and then all the work in the yellow. So the outside corners at Main Street, and then that northbound alignment of State Highway 9, and then this southerly portion of at 8th Street. So this is phase 2A. Again, pretty significant traffic changes, getting traffic pushed down, so we can open up this northbound section for construction. Phase 2A-1, here in this phase, we have the full northbound section or northbound half of the project open up. So we're working in the yellow areas. Again, traffic is down on the southbound alignment, head to head, similar to last year. Again, once this phase is completed, right? So this blue northbound is completed, we would then shift traffic onto the newly completed northbound alignment and then go into construction of the southbound alignment. So what's shown in yellow would be our current work area. In this phase, this does include Main Street, which we know is hypercritical, right? And definitely some very thorough planning is going to go into how that work's executed in Main Street. At this point, the temporary roundabout is open via drums, barrels, stuff like that, not in its permanent alignment or configuration, but is open within this phase at July 1st, by July 1st. Phase 2C, this is the final phase of the project. At this point in the game, we have just median islands basically to construct. We have a few wedges and splitter islands to construct at 8th Street, but for the most part, this is middle of the road, middle islands to construct. And at this phase, traffic should be running pretty freely, and we're just at the point of taking left hand or left lane closures to construct the median islands. That's the last phase. Grant, Jason, do you guys have anything to add to that?
Hey, this is Jason Lobbs, the project engineer. Nothing major, Kyler. Think you were pretty thorough on the rundown. Just a little bit with coordinating with the town council and what Promenade might look like is primarily our fast track work that we would like to do at Main Street. Kyler, if you can go back a page, so that highlighted yellow there on Main Street. What we're really looking at doing with that portion is fast tracking it. SEMA talked about potentially bringing in 2 crews and just working 24 hours, one shift on, one shift off, to get that work done. The work through that entire section is a full reconstruct, meaning we're going to rip out all of the asphalt and go down and replace the base course as well. So it's not a quick take the top 2 inches off, mill it and pave it back in. It's going to take quite a bit of work to do. So if there is any way to coordinate that with the any closures on Main Street that the town's planning on doing, that would probably be beneficial for both parties, but just a topic for discussion there.
This is Kevin O'Reilly. One thing I wanted to add is we're really going to try to do that sidewalk on Main Street kind of before, kind of summertime season gets here. So definitely 4th of July. So hopefully in May, start of June, we can get that sidewalk taken care of, because I know we have loads of pedestrians and bikers who use that sidewalk and use that crosswalk to get across to the marina. We'll probably also have some type of flagger there, anytime we have work going on in that area, but we really want to make sure we keep those bikers and pedestrians safe. And we want to get that sidewalk back open as soon as we can for summer.
Yeah, that's really good overview. I think while we're on this diagram, I think the the concerns that we went through during design were really centered on 8th Street and then making a safe pedestrian facility at Main. And so those are the goals, right? And so I think circulation in the interim is going to be a challenge, even if Main Street's closed. And everybody should be aware that we're closing the left turn in from northbound into Granite at some point. I think we talked internally that we're going to try and keep that open as long as we can. But in my view, the sooner we can get that temporary roundabout functioning at 8th, the sooner we can close that at Granite. And the Granite cut through is great. I use it all the time, except when it's congested, it's really not safe. And so to try and make this as safe a zone as possible, I think the key is going to be getting that roundabout circulating in a 1-lane configuration. That's going to help EMS response. And then people will start to learn the shortest path is going to be turn left at 8th and not at Granite. And so the town should expect, more traffic on Water Tower over to Main on 7th. And so that could be tricky, right? We're going to move the bus stop for the Summit stage at some point. That's probably their call on when they want to do that. We'll have to coordinate that effort, because those buses will also start using the roundabout when we close that left. So those are some of the kind of critical issues that I see. And then, just safety is going to be our focus. And so we're open to some suggestions. We want to try and minimize night work, but we do feel that night work is going to help accelerate some of this and, shorten the duration of some of the more impactful closures here. So I guess with that, if there's any questions, we're here for you guys. So shoot away.
Great, Tyler, thank you. I appreciate that. And just while council's maybe gathering their questions, I just wanted to kind of give a quick little review that for those who are listening in, haven't been a part of this process for the past so many years, but as Grant mentioned, he does turn on Granite Street, and that going away has been a long discussion, but Grant also lives in Frisco. So he's been an amazing part of long plans. Councilmember Inkin was part of the committee that really worked on this for a long time to get to where we are. And there was a lot of work got us to this point. So I appreciate that, Grant, and all the folks who kind of helped get us to where we are. And I will kick off with one quick question. And I don't know specifically how this works, but those few peak times this summer, if things really start getting backed up well down Summit Boulevard, do we have any kind of way to adjust timing of light signals or anything else further north on Summit Boulevard to try to help move traffic? Or how? I know it's not like going to be a regular occasion, but those few one-offs keep things circulating a little bit on the north end.
Yeah, it's a good question. I know Jeff and I have talked about it a little bit. It's going to be a case by case. If we start seeing it back up to the interstate, which I don't expect that to happen, we might have to do something. But our general backups are going to be similar to last year, maybe a little bit further towards maybe Safeway, probably on Thursday afternoons, Friday afternoons, that kind of stuff, southbound traffic's going to be the tough one. And so, you know, we do expect local traffic's going to find another way, but the people that are unfamiliar are going to just sit and wait. And so signal timing's kind of a question, right? Because we still have to serve the left turns out of Main Street and the pedestrian crossing. So we'll just have to keep an eye on it. I think that's our commitment, is to watch it and react as best we can. I think it will be quite different though this year, because we got the Water Dance roundabout done and we have the 4 lanes. So once you kind of get past 8th, it's going to open up pretty good, and it should flush that queue out the way I'm seeing it. But no promises, right? It could be interesting.
It's Jesse.
So you guys mentioned kind of doubling down on that Main Street portion to accelerate the changes there. You know, there are some residential condos off to the north side. Is it generally CDOT's responsibility, or is it something that we do as a town to kind of try to do some outreach if there is night work happening in that area? Who's responsible for that communication? Because in my view, it has to happen.
Yeah, we have a public information team that's set up through the contractor. And then I was also given Vanessa's contact information. So we're going to keep her in the loop on everything that we're doing. That way through the state and then also through the town of Frisco, we can get that as much notification out as possible.
Okay, perfect. And then when traffic is either in the southbound or northbound lanes, but going head to head, where does that transition happen? Like, let's just take the first few phases where, you know, traffic's coming southbound into town. Where are people merging to go head to head?
We haven't put that much detail into our methods of handling traffic yet, but generally speaking, it'll probably be somewhere between 500 to 1,000 feet upstream from where the work zone is going to start. So knowing that we're going to take out and realign a little bit of that median right next to the southbound left turn lane at that signal, it's probably going to be pretty close to that next signal. What is that, to go into the middle school?
Mm-hmm.
It's probably going to be somewhere in there. So depending on how it falls, it may be on the Main Street side of the signal, or it may be on the Safeway side of that signal, just depending on how much buffer we need for a work zone.
I'm just thinking, you know, not that many pedestrians would go from Main Street up to School Road to cross the highway and back down again, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to help alleviate some of that pedestrian traffic by using, you know, maybe it's the town directing pedestrians up to School Road and across, but I guess it all depends on like where the bulk of that traffic transition is happening. So those are just some of my questions. Appreciate your time. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. And just to comment a little bit on the pedestrians too. Generally my experience, even if we have a detour set up, if it's a longer detour for pedestrians, they're more than likely not going to use it. So just safety wise, we do need to keep something available across Highway 9 at Main Street. And what Kevin had mentioned already, that's why we're gonna get in there, and that first or second phase, really focus on getting that sidewalk and the 4 corners at Main Street done with the new signal poles put up. That way we can have a safe place to put pedestrians once the pedestrian volumes increase closer to the 4th of July kind of time frame.
Andrew, go ahead.
Hey, thanks for being here and keeping us up to date. So at some point, I'm sure you heard about our promenade and that we may close Main Street. And I'm really just a little confused as to how that coincides with your project, meaning was that viewed as good news or bad news if we shut traffic down and minimize Main Street, with the other question being, when do you see Main Street being the intersection, like being blocked, closed, inaccessible?
I'll take that one. I think we don't know whether it's good or bad, right? I think the problem that I see at Main is we're going to neck down, you know, we have 2 left turns out of Main to go northbound, right? We have 2 left turn bays. And so we're going to have to skinny that up to only have one. And those are both short. So my concern is if we close Main at the 6th Avenue intersection for the promenade, that the queue for the left turners could extend back past 7th. But we're going to keep that open at all times. And so closing it at 6th, it's hard to say, right? Like what's going to happen. We're going to keep the intersection open while we build it. There's never going to be a full closure of the Main Street intersection. It's going to be tight a couple nights when we try and get those deep pipes in, but we're going to maintain access. And so I don't have a good answer on what that means if we did or didn't close Main Street. I think the one thing we've been telling Jeff and Nancy is we can't sign a detour off system. So I can't say, hey, everybody's got to go use exit 201, right? Like that Main Street facility is not a state highway. And so we can't detour traffic to there and then say over to Granite. So I think local traffic's going to figure that out pretty quick on how to get around things, but we'll just do our best on signing for trucks and things like that. I think we've talked about trucks wiped out some light pole at Madison or something, Jeff. And so we're going to try and prevent some of those things that we saw last year. But yeah, Main Street's going to be a bit of a mess. And there's just no two ways around it in reconstructing a whole intersection like that. So we're going to do our best, keep it open, but.
Is there a time frame? Because one of the discussion we're going to have in a little bit is assuming we do the promenade, when we start it, do you guys have a request, a suggestion, a hope on that?
Yeah, Jason, I don't know if you and Kyler and Kevin kicked that around. We always thought the pedestrian piece there is the biggest piece. And so the quicker we can get the pedestrian accommodation, reconstructed like early in the first phase, the better. Because then for the rest of the season, the peds will have a safe crossing and not be like coming off the curb down onto the street between barrels and then in kind of a wonky detour. So I think we're going to try and tackle it early. And that's our best strategy is like, as the summer moves on, volumes increase. And so trying to get it while volumes are lowest in mud season is probably our best strategy there. I don't know if there's other ideas out there. We're open to options here, but I think there's not a ton of good ones. So,
and my last thought, I just want you that I love that you're even considering double shifts and 24/7 and, start early, finish late, get it done as fast as you can. And the nighttime reality is we'll deal with it. But, my view would be love that.
We'll give it a shot.
Thanks, Andrew. Andy.
Thanks. Just on Andy's point, Grant, like, do you have a temperature of, does it stress you out in this situation to think that Main Street's going to be closed and you're going to have to deal with everybody coming down Granite? Or is it like, 6 of one, half a dozen of another? What is, I see a yes there. I think that's kind of what Andy was asking a little more. So, does this make your life more difficult? Does it make it easier? Which would be more beneficial to you in your job?
I mean, I'll let Jason and Kyler chime in, or Kevin. I mean, to me, it's 50-50. I don't think it's a big impact either way. I think our impact is going to be bigger than the promenade either way. So if you do it, great. If you don't do it, we can make adjustments either way, I guess is how I'm looking at it. But Jason and Kyler chime in if I'm missing something there.
No, Grant, I agree. Either way, whether we've got higher traffic volumes at Main Street or at 8th, we've got two major intersections to work at with a couple of unique and key features at both of them. So if you got a bunch of volume at Main Street, it makes the sidewalks, the corners, just actually doing the physical work between Main and 7th pretty difficult. But if there's more traffic volumes over to 8th before we get that temporary roundabout open, that can also present some challenges just for those left turning movements. So yeah, either way, like Grant said, we'll be able to accommodate it and get it done.
Okay, thanks. I'm in favor of the day and night to try to get the Main Street intersection done.
Thanks, Andy. Other folks on council, or I've got a few more. Grant, I think probably not exactly your department, Grant, but as the CDOT representative, I know the variable message signs on I-70 are really trying to be reserved for truly important safety messages and looking down, but do you think those one-offs are times where we could get a message on that one coming out of Silverthorne saying truck traffic stays on, takes the 201, but local business or local traffic, and try to push more folks further down to the segment? Would that qualify as kind of a safety in using those variable message signs on those times when it's starting to back up towards Safeway and try to push local traffic to the second exit? Or is that not?
Yeah, my initial reaction is we probably can't do that.
Okay.
We're going to have to do something else within the project to clear traffic. And that would look like, hey, button up whatever you're doing at 4 o'clock. If we start seeing a problem at 3 that's starting to get really bad, it might just come down to, hey, we got to get off the road as fast as we can and clear traffic. So I think we open up a huge can of worms, kind of like I alluded to earlier, is signing any kind of detour anywhere else. We're just going to move that problem somewhere where it's not designed for that kind of traffic. So I would hesitate to do that. Everything's on the table. If there's an emergency, we might fall into that mode in kind of an emergency response. But that's kind of a last resort, I would think. So to the message boards, though, we can be flexible in messaging and where we put our boards for Highway 9. So we can think about what a good location is for those and what the messages should be. I don't know. It's going to be one of these that's a little trial and error, I think, for sure. So.
Appreciate it. Anything else, council?
Grant,
Hey, Hunter,
again.
it's Rick.
Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Yep, Rick, go ahead.
Cool. I've got a few, gang. I'm driving, so I don't have my notes. But just going backwards in time. Hi, Grant. Hi, everybody from the project. Can you guys this is history, but can you guys just walk us through the rationale of taking the right-hand turn lane going south out of Main Street and what that looks like at a controlled intersection going forward as far as the backup and no backup now?
Sure. Well, I think the design intent there is that right turn lane from southbound to Main is a relic that doesn't meet current design standards. You're basically having a high-speed right turn bypass lane into a pedestrian crossing at 7th. That's just not a safe situation. You couple that with there's no crosswalk from southbound, like from Walmart, to get over to the Main Street crossing of 9. And so those are kind of the two main reasons we were going to get rid of the right turn bypass and make it a conventional right turn lane with the right size turn radius and island into Main. And so with that, we looked pretty hard at how many of those legs should have pedestrian crossings. And it really shook out that, yeah, it does make sense to have a crossing on Main to get to the corner, and then everybody can platoon across 9 together. So Rick, does that answer your question?
It does, Grant. I wanted the rest of the team to hear your guys' explanation. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
And then
No, I was just going to say that should be a long enough storage lane, similar to what it is today. So we don't think it'll back up into the main line, but we are limited on room down there too. So we made it as long as we could.
Cool. And then for pedestrian flow there at Main Street, everyone crosses from Main to the Marina side on the south side of that intersection, period.
You got it.
Is that correct, right?
Yep.
Okay. And then on the, you guys aren't going to, so how many turn, and I don't have the map, sorry. How many turn lanes come out of Main Street going north? Does that remain 2?
In the ultimate configuration, yep, we'll put it back to 2 left turn bays, but we will neck it down to 1 while we try and build these outside areas. And so that's my biggest concern, is how long that's going to take. We think it's going to be okay, but we'll know pretty quick if there's a problem there, and we might have to do something interesting. Some ideas were maybe keeping a double left and then squeezing all the through traffic and right turn traffic into a single lane, or put all 3 movements in 1 lane. So we'll just have to see what it does back at 7th. For now, the laneage that we're showing here is what we think is going to work okay. I think the right turn,
Gotcha.
the right turn lane to southbound may become combined with that through lane, just so we can get pedestrians in a safe area. But until SEMA kind of really looks at it and lays it out in the field, I can't promise anything other than we're going to accommodate pedestrians. So.
Sure. Okay, so so we all know the local traffic's going to go to Granite just naturally, right? That's just the way it's going to be. Promenade or no promenade. Is CDOT in a position, if we're going to be proactive on Granite, and this is, and Jeff, please let me know, just tell me you got it and I'll be quiet. But is CDOT in a position to help us out with 4-way stops at all the cross streets there? And I understand you said that the turn lane going south is going to remain open as long as possible. So as far as the traffic flow, slowing it down on Granite and then having an exit strategy, as I'm sure you do, onto southbound 9.
Yeah, it's a good question, Rick. I think my biggest concern is the amount of crossing of Granite at 7th. The rest of Granite is just going to absorb the volume like it would do for a special event like a barbecue, where we don't really change those 4-way stops. I think 7th we're going to have to pay attention to, and we can help sign 7th. I think maybe it wasn't a long-term plan to change a stop permanently there as the bus stop changes. And so I think we could do it temporarily, but it would probably be a long-term thing for the town to look at. With that pedestrian crossing there and the bus stop change, it might be a good idea. I don't know. Speeds on Granite, I think we're not going to have a lot of control. You guys will probably have better control than we will with your speed radar signs. But we'll work with you. If we can do little things, we'll do them. We just can't do a lot of stuff off system. So similar to like what we did over at Bill's Ranch last summer, trying to close that to only to, everyone except local traffic, we can do little tweaks as we come up with them on the job, and we're always open to ideas. So.
That's great. That helps me frame up my expectations. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, Councilmember Incan, we at Public Works have also been looking at this, and we're coming up with ideas to do some passive traffic calming, if you will, on Granite. Installing stop signs on a permanent basis is not as easy as just putting them up. You have to have warrants and traffic studies. However, at the 7th Avenue intersection, with the relocation of the bus stop, we've already been working with Summit Stage on that. We're going to get them a temporary bus stop on that 7th Avenue. I believe that's the southeast corner of that. And we are going to eventually have a permanent bus stop installed there. But that would be a candidate because of all the pedestrian movements and the two bus stops right there on the same corner. That will be a candidate to look at a four-way stop in the future after this project is finished. But I certainly believe we can do a temporary four-way stop there during construction. I believe that would be warranted.
Got it. And I know you guys are on it. I'm just throwing, the stuff that I'm mulling over out there. So thanks for that, Jeff and Grant. That's funny. The other, I'm trying to think about, so coming out of, so here's my last question, because my last question is can someone answer the question of what is the phasing of the marina project look like in conjunction with this, i.e. the experience of crossing a construction zone to walk into another construction zone?
Yeah, again, Councilmember Incan, we are on top of that. Unfortunately, there will be all projects at the marina will be going on about the same time as the CDOT project. We're hoping that we might be able to get started a little earlier than CDOT will. It all just depends on weather, basically. But all of the contractors that bid on the project and that will eventually, hopefully, be selected for the project are fully aware of the CDOT project and everything else going on, and they all have traffic and pedestrian control plans in their construction. And through the study that we're doing right now with Walker Consultants, we're also looking at ways of making it safer on the marina property itself for both vehicles and pedestrians, not only during the project, but moving forward, in the future.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. I think I'm good. Thanks, everybody.
And I saw Andrew and then Jesse. Thanks, Rick.
So two things. One is, Grant, again, I appreciate your sincerity in this, because nothing about this is making me think it's going to be easy or fun, which is Vanessa's challenge to make everybody understand that patience will be critical this summer for whatever we do. And in the world of while we've got you, can you just give us 12 seconds on anything happening at the Highway 9, I-70? Is that still going forward? Is it sitting on a desk? What's happening over there?
Yeah, good question. We met with FHWA. I needed a readout from the feds on how they were going to look at that from environmental impact perspective. And so I would characterize that meeting as not giving me clear direction. It's a long story. And so what it boils down to is I have some design money. I don't know that I have enough design money to design the whole thing and do a true EA. The rules have changed on EAs, and I think they've put a 1-year time limit on those. And so if you do one, you got to go, I think, straight into construction. And so there's a lot of issues there. If I don't have construction funding and I can't break that project up into phases, it just becomes a bear, because I have to kind of do the whole design and the whole environmental clearance all at once and then do a phase 1 construction project. My preference would be to build the easy phase and then wait on the underpass and wait on the frontage road. But we have a task order still open with the Oxlane project, and we're going to have the consultant type up a white paper for FHWA to see if we can make a good case for independent utility between those phases, which I'm not too confident in. So we'll see how that shakes out. I should have more to share with you guys probably by midsummer on that. We just got to get through a little more traffic analysis on that one. So.
Thanks, Grant. Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, to just bring it back to the the project this summer really quick. Can you remind us about any improvements? Hopefully there are improvements between Main on the west side, heading south to all the way down to Pequon Boulevard. So will there be improved pedestrian sidewalks the whole way down kind of the west side of the project when it's all said and done?
Yeah, Jason, will you pull that image back up? I think that is the bonus of this whole project. And that's probably in the communications, the one thing we need to keep sharing with everyone is this is going to be a lot better for the whole town once we're done for pedestrians. We're going to have sidewalk facilities on both sides, so northbound and southbound, which we've never had before, and then, you know, full accommodations at the roundabout. And so the connection between 8th and Main is going to be, you know, light years better than what it is today. So yeah, we've got new sidewalks connecting basically the whole project when we're done. So
yeah, it's a little bit difficult to see with the shading that we have in here, but this sidewalk from what would be kind of that southwest corner at the new roundabout at 8th, that sidewalk carries all the way down in front of our new sound walls that were built to the other roundabout at Pequon Boulevard. And then same thing, this sidewalk, what would be on the northbound side, will tie into the pedestrian path as well, to the bike path.
Thanks. We really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you guys. I'm sure we'll have be in touch a lot in the coming weeks and months. And to the whole crew, I just think last summer, while there were headaches, it was an overall huge success, and especially to the SEMA folks. I know there was a lot of concerns about interactions with the rec path up there where the staging in your offices are. And I fielded almost no real complaints about safety or other things. So thank you guys for really doing a good job kind of end to end on that project. We appreciate it. So
yep, thanks for having us, and we're around, so get a hold of me or anyone on the team and we'll get you answers, or if you have ideas, share them as soon as you can. So thank you.
Thanks a lot, you guys. Appreciate it. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
The summer to get your commuter bike in order.
Says the local expert. Great, thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 2 of the work session. This is our summer 2021 Frisco Pedestrian Promenade. So here we go. I think we've built this agenda well. And Nancy, let's kick us off and have another good conversation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. As we were just discussing, this is on your agenda because of the pedestrian promenade that was great success last year. And Council wanted to talk about it. We wanted to make sure that you had good feedback from CDOT about the project that they're working on as you consider whether or not to once again establish or put up stage the promenade. In your packet, we've included a survey that we thought would be helpful. Thank you, Vanessa, Tasha, and that team to get that survey out. We had over 300 responses. 85% of those responses said that they strongly favored the promenade and gave lots of suggestions. And the other 15% did not. They also gave suggestions. As noted in your report from staff, generally staff suggestions are in alignment, which we thought was pretty interesting with the survey results, is providing additional or more attractive fencing, providing or requiring, say, sun shades. There are beautiful sail shades available potentially that they could tie into Public Works, really unique wine barrel light racks. Placing more flowers and color and art throughout the promenade if the council decides to go forward. Improving the aesthetics by painting the barricades. And we did confirm with Public Works that that is allowed and it's not going to interfere with any traffic standards. And providing additional seating. There has been some suggestions potentially for considering the promenade either just on weekends or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And there's some things to think about on that end that I'll come back to in just a moment, or rotating the promenade in different places. You saw some email about that today. The survey, as I already noted, does provide you a lot of feedback and a lot of public comment. I really want to thank members of the public for participating. We really appreciate that. We put all of their comments in the packet for you. There, in terms of financial impact, it's really staff time, depending on, unless council wants to either fund or make available supplies for businesses that might want to take advantage of the promenade. Some of the other ideas that we've had come up in discussions with local businesses is potentially in just using some of the numbered streets also. So for example, some restaurants are right on the corner, allowing them to use that first 1 or 2 spots onto the numbered streets for parklets. So we'd want to talk about that. In terms of financial investment or cost, we did get a grant from CDOT, and I wanted to point out, and hopefully they're still listening, so if you grant your own and others, you can let them know how much we appreciate that. One of few towns who were selected for that grant, and thank our Addison Canino and also Gilly Plug and others who have been really instrumental in getting that grant. That funded the parklets. We've had some questions about the use of those parklets. I wanted to just make note for the record that that came from a grant. We are required to use those funds and then want to demonstrate the use of them through the parklets. Closing or not closing Main Street, so we could use the parklets and keep Main Street somewhat open, something for council to consider. One of the things we've thought about from a staff perspective is the more temporary a stage looks, or the more you take it down and set it up, the less likely businesses are going to be to invest in structures that require them a lot more work to set those up. And also, if council makes a decision that you would like us to set up and take down the promenade on weekends or weekdays, note that the businesses really need to come along with that decision, because it's really on them. Us opening the street is one aspect, but also them having to get up their tables and anything they've set out to make their place attractive. So in general, the results, you have all the results. You've hopefully read through them. We were able to provide those to you Friday, and really meaningful comments, mostly about color and art, and how do we make it even a more vibrant type of promenade if you decide to set the stage up. We're happy to take questions. We have Public Works on the call. They can talk to you about labor and time in terms of setup and takedown. Businesses, we know in terms of wanting a permit, we got through that process really well last year, but we have Dawn and team on, and as well as Deborah from the clerk's office to answer those questions. The state so far is continuing to allow the licensing of the alcohol. We understand that might get taken up sometime during the summer, but everything is also being extended. So we're here to answer questions and see what the council has to say about the promenade.
Thanks, Nancy. Questions, concerns? Who wants to kick us off? I think I'm reading through the comments, and as Nancy said, I was really grateful for how much participation and feedback we did get from the survey. I think that was it helped me definitely, and it seems like there's great support to and I would support doing again and doing it better. And I think a lot of the recommendations of brightening things up a little bit and adding some art and some activity to the whole thing is a great way to go. And I think we see the benefit. So how are others feeling, or any concerns that jumped out after reading all the surveys? Melissa, go for it. And then Dan.
Yeah, I fully support it as well. Last year it was more or less an experiment, and I think we saw, and also saw, we saw last summer, and we also saw in the feedback how great it was for the community. I thought Hayes's comments really summed it up perfectly. It creates interaction. It really kind of takes our Main Street to another level. And so what I would love to see is for us to, if we decide to go this direction tonight, to take some time to really thoughtfully program the art and what we're doing to improve it, so that it's not ad hoc, that it is really nicely put together. And I would like to volunteer the efforts of the Make Frisco group, because I think that they will have some ideas. I don't want to jump ahead of myself and suggest specific ideas, but I've talked to a few of you about what those might be, whether it be street painting, something to enliven the actual structures themselves, things like that. But I don't want to necessarily propose anything tonight. I think it would be wise to get the feedback from local artists and local folks that are involved in the art community and hear those ideas, and then decide if it's something that people can participate in or if it's more or less something that they can help influence. But we might bring in outside artists as well. So lots of ideas. I know that they'll want to talk about it. So I'd like to propose that we start that conversation early so that we can get the ball rolling and really be thoughtful about what we do to bring the promenade to life a little bit more in terms of art and color and sort of accenting what we did last year.
Awesome. Thanks, Melissa. I agree. Dan.
You guys hear me okay? My connection is not the greatest.
No, you sound good.
Well, I know there was a lot of positive support conversations before we rolled it out last year and how unsure we were, and unsure moving into it last year, and certainly was pleased with the performance and of most of the businesses within the promenade and how they did. But I've got to say right now I'm back where I was at the beginning of last year. I'm one of the outliers on this, I believe. I know it could be done, and implementing, incorporating a lot of the ideas that we've seen over the course of the whole summer and since. It could be done differently, and could be executed certainly much better. At the end of the day, I'm still not convinced that without the occupancy constraints of COVID, that we should do it. I read through the staff report, and I do struggle with some of the assumptions that are in there. But with returns to the benefits derived from traffic, I don't think, I think some of those benefits are overstated. I just think the benefits that are assigned to the promenade are just displacements. They're not necessarily net benefits. So I struggle with the equity issue. Again, if without the constraints of COVID and a real demonstrated need to move restaurant occupancy into Main Street, I don't see it. There's so many unknowns going into the spring and summer about the rate at which the economy is going to open up. We just don't know. I can't make an informed decision with that level of uncertainty. I guess on the one hand, I don't want to necessarily default to the promenade just because I don't know. But I don't think that the promenade outside of those constraints floats enough boats to make it socially, or to make it a net benefit to the community. I think Hayes' comments were interesting, but what struck me is that the promenade really was a salient social feature, primarily, I think, because of the absence of anything else. And I know early on in the summer, some of our events being postponed and canceled, and that's certainly going to be something that we need to think about in terms of accommodation. But I'm not sure that, for example, that concerts in the park might not be back, which is really a celebrated social event, and we're looking to expand and really provides that Main Street connection to people. At the end of the day, before COVID, Main Street wasn't broken in my world. The parklets were an interesting idea, and I think we can expand on that. But right now, I'm reticent to be giving up public space to private enterprise for their benefit without some other really demonstrated social benefit, community benefit. I'm not seeing it. So that's where I am right now. Some of the upsides, but I remember so much of the downsides, the petition, the people on Granite who struggled, the comments all summer from people who struggled with parking not being effectively policed. And at the end of the day, the capacity equity issue, the marketing and equity, I struggle with too much of that. So while I think it's possible, of course, to execute it and would have to be executed at a considerably higher level, at the end of the day, fundamentally, right now, I don't support the concept.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate that. Other thoughts, Andy?
Yeah, this is a tough one for me. I'm really on the fence. Personally, I love the promenade, right? I love hanging out there. I think actually, Dan, as Hayes said, that does bring community and creates a community around, for our town, right? But I really struggle with the inequity towards every other business who's not in the promenade. And we, as Todd had mentioned in his letter, we strive to keep everything equal, to not give anybody anything more than anything else. And, there is serious inequity going on there. And we did it because of COVID. Again, it was a rash decision, right? But we had no idea what was going to go on. And it was a success. But I feel that we're missing a number of items in order to really be doing this. If we're going to be doing this yearly, our infrastructure needs to support that. So in other words, Granite Street, we have to completely redo that without having a promenade. That all needs to be redone with the bike paths and the pedestrian walking and speed bumps and trash cans and whatever else. Because that would support what we've brashly done and we're going to revisit, so I think this is kind of like our housing thing where we jumped into this, and granted, you guys didn't jump into the housing thing because you guys were there, right? I wasn't there. So I felt like we jumped into it because that's what it was for me, right? But we jumped into the promenade because of COVID. And it was occupancies is what it was all about. And, now that, the restaurants can be at 50%, hopefully even higher occupancy to come soon, how much seating do they need in the street from us to meet their nut? That was what we had originally, that's why we were doing it, right? And that's why we came out with the parklets. And, because we could give them a few more tables. And, I don't know that the closing of Main Street really benefited all of the other businesses. I feel like the survey, I greatly appreciate. I read every single response on there. I feel like it's kind of like going to, the barbecue and asking everybody on the street, hey, what do you think? And everybody on the street loves it, right? But if you extrapolate only the businesses out of that survey, where do we land? We're not at 85% and 12% or something, for and against, I would venture to say. And so, at this point, I feel like we need to do a lot of work and a lot of planning in order to really do the promenade right. And we could almost make it 16th Street in Boulder. And we could plan around the entire town to plan this thing the right way instead of kind of stumbling through. Not to say that we stumbled through last year. We stumbled into it last year because of COVID. And because of where we're at with COVID, it's, people are gathering, right? And there's not much distance going on. And, that's on us then to enforce what kind of distancing and whatnot is going on in the street. That shouldn't be on the businesses, right? And we know we've had a couple businesses that didn't necessarily toe the line, but it's either kind of festival atmosphere there, or it's empty, or you're hanging out with me at the coffee shop in the morning, and then it's I love it personally. I love it. I feel that there's some inequity going on. I feel like we have major infrastructure issues to go along with it. I gotta tell you, I'm surprised that Grant said what he said, because I feel like that stresses me out, that we're gonna have all this traffic running right into that, coming off of Granite, turning right there at 6. I feel like that's gonna be a huge mess. But that's where I'm at. And if you guys can convince me otherwise, so be it. And if it's just me and Dan, then we're gonna end up doing it. So that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Andy. Andrew.
A couple thoughts, and one is, last year we were thrown into this. We were deciding should we open the promenade next week. So there was no opportunity to have a coordinated effort to solve some of the problems that we've now identified. It's whatever day it is, March 9th. We have more than 3 months. If we say tonight, let's do it, we have more than 3 months to iron out the issues that we've got. I start with, why are we doing it? And if there is still COVID restrictions, I think we're doing it for the exact same reasons we did it last year, which is we need to offer opportunities for our restaurants to have more business. We need social distancing, all of the COVID reasons. If we don't have the COVID restrictions, why are we doing it? Meaning, if you could tell me now that we have COVID restrictions this summer, I would hope it's an easy decision for everybody. Let's do it. Now, we don't have COVID restrictions. Why are we doing it? And I will say that I think that the impact on the community is the biggest positive, because the impact on the restaurants, it's not going to be, if they're at 50% and they put additional tables on the street, now they're getting additional tables. It's not that simple a math if they can operate indoors at 100%, but I think that there's a better community. I mean, I loved what it did for our town, what it did for the energy of our town. So my view is, let's have a promenade and let's have it better. The biggest problems we've heard or concerns, again, one is noise. We own the street. We can close it whenever we want. So if the problem we're trying to address is noise, okay, there's no outdoor music after whatever time you pick. You want to make it 7 o'clock or 11 o'clock. That's something that we can discuss. I'm not sure I fully understand. I mean, yes, we're giving something to the restaurants or the businesses that are inside the promenade that those outside are not getting, but we're also drawing people in. So we would have the opportunity to welcome the businesses that aren't in the promenade in some way. Meaning, if Highside wants to have a barbecue, wants to sell their barbecue, I think that's a reasonable request that creates some equity. I also think that if we close the promenade early, then all of a sudden people are going to flow to the bars that are open and the restaurants. If you have a retail store in Frisco, especially on or around Main Street, and you want a tent opportunity, we welcome that. But those are things we didn't have time to figure out last time. Parking, we can enforce it. We can pave or at least crusher run the CDOT lot. We can create some additional parking. My view would be fewer signs. It was sign clutter. And the bike lane. I mean, have a bike lane, don't have a bike lane. We've got 3 months to figure out better ways. So I agree that last year's promenade has opportunities to be improved upon. The folks on Granite Street deserve to have a seat at the table. And if we're saying yes, we're not just saying yes, and we're going to not acknowledge you like what happened last year. So I'm a believer that we can make this work and make it work better and solve some of the problems in the time we have, which we didn't last year. So that's at the moment, until I see my other notes, that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Andrew. We'll let you keep looking for notes. Other thoughts? Rick.
Hey gang, I made it home. Couple of my thoughts are, it was great. Thank you for a couple of things. One, thank you for having the CDOT discussion on the same agenda as this one. Makes complete sense. Second is the survey. I like the surveys. I think it gives us information. We can all make statistics work in our favor depending upon how you formulate the information that's put out there. However, it's better than nothing, in my opinion. So I'm going to ask for more of that. It's helpful. I think it's consistent with other government bodies in this county use the similar process, and I think that's also a good thing. I look at Promenade, and I know we heard from businesses that were not so sure about it, and then they came back and were thankful for it, and which was great. And then we heard folks that weren't for it initially, and then we never heard a word from them. And I've been led to believe that's because they were so busy. I don't know. But the way I look at Promenade is it at least for this year, we definitely would want to look at it going forward. But with the CDOT project going on, I see the Promenade as an opportunity, and we can address a number of the concerns. If you're not in the Promenade and that's a concern of yours, why wouldn't we expand the Promenade all the way down to the corner of Main and all the way out past Vinnie's in front of the post office, that scenario over there? Bring everyone into the fold. We're gonna have traffic on Granite. That was something I wanted to hear from CDOT. It's gonna happen organically, so we need to be proactive on it anyway. So if I'm managing a project and I'm not a street engineer, I'd rather have to deal with one source than multiple sources, meaning Main Street and 6th, Main Street, 6th, and Granite, all those outlets going on the southbound 9. If we funnel them all into one place, they can be controlled better, and there's less moving parts from a traffic management part or concern. We heard from folks on Granite. That's great. We can work with that. Jeff and his team are all over it. That's why that's why I asked that question earlier. So if we don't do it, I think it creates multiple outlets onto Highway 9, which become, again, CDOT's problem, but we're going to be players because we're going to be seeing the impact in town. So those are my thoughts on that. I don't see it as a hey, we're going to do this forever. It's, boy, we are going to have COVID restrictions to some kind. And as a government entity, let's set the bar. Let's set the bar with social distancing. I know it's hard to enforce, but again, we have a little bit of lead time there to, if we need to work with the county and public health to get them to work with us on training or enforcement on whatever that looks like. So I think giving folks opportunity to spread outside is a good thing. I think the traffic we're going to have with or without the Promenade because of the CDOT project lends itself to roll this over one more year. I don't, Dan, I don't know what your concerns are. You said you had some, but I wasn't quite clear what they were. So I'd like to hear specifically what those are. And if we have good information to not do it, I'm fine with that. If it's what's best for Main Street, that's great. I think we're going to have a traffic problem. I've heard people talk about a parking problem, but I've never seen a parking problem. We have CDOT as an opportunity. We have 2B, which is not full of dirt for the first time in a few years, as another opportunity. I see a CEMET And forgive me if I said the construction company's name. We're going to have a crossing guard, for crying out loud, for the entire summer. It won't, in theory, it wouldn't be any safer to cross Highway 9 than this summer. So those are my thoughts.
Thanks, Rick.
I like it, thinking outside the box. Safer for pedestrians. You know, I think I echo a lot of the positives that were brought up. I do recognize the concerns and the perhaps I'll say the short-sighted nature of us not including the folks on Granite in some of the conversations last year. And I like how Andrew phrased kind of the whys, right? Like last year, the why was very much COVID related, but it doesn't have to stay that way. That's how good projects evolve. And so I think, you know, even if the why this summer isn't necessarily COVID related, the why is the community engagement and the energy that we saw come out of this project last year. You know, while Main Street is a major economic driver for our town, Main Street is not built only for our businesses. It's built for our community. And so I think that in seeing the activation of that last year, you know, when we go back to our strategic, our goals and our vision about trying to engage the community and bring them out, like this is checking all of those boxes. If we say, oh, well, the parking's too hard and there's too much traffic and it's, you know, those start to go against exactly what our goals are in our vision and our strategic plan. And that is to be more pedestrian and environmentally friendly. That is, you know, to, again, engage and activate the community, to Melissa's point about the art and the animation of Main Street. So for me, I'm a solid yes. I think that the reasons can evolve and that's okay. I don't think we should shy away from that, but I do think that, you know, continuing to engage the community and how we can improve this. I was really concerned last year about all the cross street traffic. And it actually worked out better than I thought it was going to, but I do like the idea of perhaps even, I don't know if full closures is the right word, but perhaps moving the parklets to some of our side streets to try and engage those businesses that don't have Main Street frontage. And I think to the equity piece, it's always challenging because we say the word equity and we mean it, but it doesn't mean that everyone gets the same exact thing. Equity means that you get access to the same opportunities. And so it doesn't mean that every business gets the exact same thing necessarily. And to Andrew's point, you know, if Highside came to us and said, hey, we have this idea, we want to be a part of the promenade, that's a kind of opportunity that we should be open to and try to work on that. Same thing with, you know, extending the promenade. If businesses want to be a part of that, like we should be open to that. But, you know, equity doesn't mean everyone gets the same thing. It means you get the same opportunity and access. And those are two different things. So I'll stop there because I think sounds like in general we have some support to move this forward. And to Andy Held's point, like we have a lot of time now to plan to get it right, because that's also very, very important. But we have 3 months to do this and to talk about how we're going to make it better. And I just, you know, the gentleman Hayes during public comment, I mean, just, you know, he summed it up, but you're hearing that from, you know, yes, the survey was not statistically significant, but when's the last time you had a local survey of 350 responses and 85% of those were in favor? I mean, that says a lot. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse. Andy, how were you going to say something?
Yeah, just one thing to clarify with Rick. Rick, I'm pretty sure it was Grant and CDOT who said we can't use those first 2 blocks on Main Street because it has to be the throughway, and maybe Grant could talk to that, but you know, that was from years ago when I got involved with that. So yeah, that was it for there.
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate it. Jeff, I see you threw your camera back on. Did you want to jump in or were you just, okay, sounds good. Dan, go ahead.
All great comments, all great points. And, you know, not to, you know, where I'm coming from is not to give, you know, full credit to the positive comments about the promenade. Again, you know, I was witness to that like you all were last year and saw the success of so many elements of it. To the comment about inclusion, you know, Andrew brought it up, but to be clear, as a retailer who for 20 years was always outside the Main Street venue, I got that brought to me for a couple of decades, and it's difficult to bring your product at a quality level remotely on a regular basis into a venue like that, not knowing what's happening with the weather, the wind, or anything like that. It's a staffing issue. You have to put staffing there. It's a logistical issue. You've got to accumulate some more equipment and more things to represent your product, again, professionally. It's a very, very difficult ask. And we tried it for many years and stopped doing it because we didn't want to open a second restaurant 2 blocks away from the venue where everybody was going and walking to. I appreciate that to some people may appear to be an opportunity requited, but or unrequited, but the reality is equity isn't just about saying, you know, doing something somewhere and saying, well, anybody can participate if they want. It's really about an investment of public infrastructure that really for certain business paradigm, people have built businesses and modeled a lot of what they do based around a certain commercial center, you know, this avenue that brings commerce to them in a certain way. And this is a pretty radical shift. And last year we did it because we had to. And it's not clear this summer if we still have to. It appears that we probably do from a social distancing and capacity standpoint. But still, we're not in the same situation we were last year. We can approach a lot of the capacity issues with parklets. You know, we're talking about maybe a couple extra seats, you know, a couple extra tables, if you will. You know, in terms of animating Main Street and activating it and making it more than the commercial centers, to Jesse's point, a social center as well. I've always been a strong, not advocate, the opposite of advocate for Main Street as a venue. I don't like Main Street as a venue. I like it as a Main Street. I like the way commerce flows. I like the way people engage Main Street, and I have decidedly a commercial bent to that. And I admit that, you know, as an operator down there for 20 some years. So again, absent a compelling need to do it, I'm not sure that I'm not convinced yet that, and it appears that there's plenty of people who support it, but I'm not convinced that that this achieves our goals and checks all those boxes. I don't see that, you know, I mean, people still have to drive to the promenade somewhere and park somewhere. So people are still driving their cars to get here from somewhere for the most part. You know, locals will be walking to Main Street. And, you know, to Rick's point, in terms of what my issues are, my main one, I think, is that exactly, is that I've not been able to make that transition from Main Street performing its function as a commercial artery, and allowing people to engage the businesses the way it's been done. Maybe it's old school. I don't think that prevents Main Street from being better activated in terms of engaging people being engaging it better from a pedestrian standpoint. I don't think, though, that's ever been a problem. But again, absent a need to allow restaurants to expand into Main Street, and I understand to effectively execute the promenade to make it commercially viable, you're going to want that piece. You're going to want the ability of restaurants to be elastic. You're going to want them things like that, because it creates that robust experience. But I'm not sure, when last year there were many retail outlets within the promenade were willing to allow that they were willing to absorb whatever was going on in front of their retail outlet because of the concession needed to be made for occupancy for restaurants. I'm not sure that's there this year. So Andy Held, you did make that point, and I agree. When you talking to a number of people who aren't commercially vested in this in that area, and to me that has a large ascendancy piece there. To me, Main Street is still a commercial artery, commercial venue. The concerns of the retail outlets there take primacy for me. I don't think from the social engagement standpoint that, again, without COVID constraints, we need that, because we have 41 last year. Before COVID, we had 41 events on the calendar.
Hey, Dan.
We do a great job of
Dan?
executing these events, social, to create that kind of social connection. So, and Andrew, I'm wrapping up.
Thanks.
So, but I'm just trying to address the issues that were brought up. So then there were several, and I wish it was really cut and dry, but it's not. This is a very nuanced conversation, and I want to make sure that people within and without, retail operators within and outside of the promenade, really, I think, feel that some of the concerns they had that were not addressed are. I'm not convinced they can, in terms of rebuttal, in terms of some things that I.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate it. Did you want to say something, Andy? Go ahead.
But Andy, did I cut you off?
Sorry.
You want me to-
Andy Held, go ahead, and then we'll jump back to Andrew.
I gotta say, sorry, Jesse, I just don't agree as far as inequity goes. Yeah, we can be favorable to some and not to others. Most businesses get the same answer from the town. We cannot do anything more for you because we're not doing anything more for anybody else, and except for this area, and so I feel there's inequity there. And so so my question then is, all right, if we're moving forward, and to Andy's point, how are we really going to attack each of these items? How are we going to, we're going to do parking with less signage, but nobody out there, that's not going to work, right? We need people like Copper Mountain standing on the road going, park here, park here. That's how that would work. Same thing with, well, I kind of forgot where I was going there, but really just how are we addressing each of those items, really, that Andy brought up, and then how are we helping any of the other businesses? And yeah, offering a tent in the main area could be something, but it's also proved challenging. Todd Powell did it last year, Diane Hardy did it, and she couldn't make it work. Todd really couldn't make it work either. He sold some stuff that, his tent almost blew away, and it wasn't, that was not easy, and so, other restaurants aren't necessarily going to be able to activate, that way, and that wouldn't necessarily be worth it for them too. So, how are we dealing with these things? It's great to say, yeah, we want to deal with it. It's another thing to actually do it. That's it. Thank you.
Andrew.
I just want to address, I mean, in the world of the equity conversation, which I don't see at this point the harm, meaning, yes, we are benefiting those who are in the promenade, even those who were our staunchest opponents last year are somewhere between lukewarm and favorable now. So I think there's not a lot of debate that we are providing a benefit to those inside the boundaries. But the bigger question to the equity topic is, are we harming those that are outside of those boundaries? Because if all we're doing is helping and there is no harm, I don't get it. And if we just look down the street, you know, whether it's 10 Mile or Highside or Abby's, I'm sure I'm forgetting, you know, Stork and Bear, Bobby Starko's places, you know, they're benefiting, in my view, because we are bringing people to the community. We're bringing people to town. I don't know how those guys are going to do with the CDOT situation. But so the biggest thing that I haven't heard is, if you do the promenade, I'm outside. It's not about, I don't like the argument of you're giving something to them, so I should get something too. If we're giving something to them and you're being harmed by it, that's a very different conversation. But I haven't really felt that pressure, which is why I don't necessarily subscribe to the we have to do something wonderful for everybody because we're doing something wonderful for some. But if whatever we can do to equalize that reality, I would, you know, that's why we have the 3 months to do those types of things.
I got to say, I have felt the pressure, you know, and there's more than just a couple that are like, this doesn't work for me at all. Now, granted, you have to take into account that we're not closing every single weekend for somebody else's event, you know, and that affects all of the businesses. And we've already discussed that for our events deal, right? But this is an event for the people within the promenade, and that's really it. A lot of people outside the promenade feel we're drawing to there, and they're not getting some of that, you know. And you know, so that being said, it's not like we have to give something to the people who don't have. It's more like, do we even need to do it? If we don't do it at all, will every business on Main Street not crush it this year? You know, I mean, that's the thing. The biggest, you know, part of this conversation is that the promenade, for me, the promenade creates the community. I think that's the only argument at this point, because we're not doing it for COVID, or we are, you know, I mean, but if we're doing it for COVID, then let's enforce something, because people aren't doing that around the country, and we let them come here and sit on Main Street and pile in as much as they can. And so, you know, I just want all of that considered. I'm not saying like we have to give every other business something because they don't have it in the promenade. I'm saying why do we need to do it in the promenade, right? Is more my thing. And you know, I think community, as what Jesse was saying or Hayes was saying, is the only answer. Is it enough?
Thanks, Andy. So I think I know I've been watching Nancy take copious notes. I'm hearing the majority of support towards the promenade, with definitely, I think, as Rick and Andrew both pointed out very well, that we need to make sure as we start planning and we go forward with this, which I think is consensus and I support as well, that we have those shared stakeholder meetings with everybody. We make sure it's the periphery, it's Granite Street, it's all of the businesses. I think as we wind down the ski season, you know, I think we'll see more participation in our business meetings, and we can get more feedback from those folks, because they were instrumental throughout the whole summer with the promenade and beyond. I think keeping the communication lines open and sharing with us. So I think we can do this better. And Andy, to your point, I don't necessarily see this as an every year thing. I don't know, but I don't think personally COVID's going away. And I do think this leads to what Hayes says directly, that this does meet a huge part of our community atmosphere. And nothing says neighborhood more to me than being able to walk around and see people out and about, not people locked in their steel cans driving 20. So I think for this year and this summer particularly, I think it's a good way to go, and we can see how we do with this and if there's flaws and if there's fatal flaws, then we learn, and then we don't have to do it again. And it does remind me of a good friend of mine, old family friend, who proudly wears this t-shirt that says, "I used to park in front of the Red Onion in Aspen." And for those who know, that was a contentious thing when they closed East Copper Street. And sure seems like Aspen's doing okay still to me. So I think we're not necessarily going for a forever change, but 85% in favor speaks volumes to me as well. So wrapping this up, does anybody else need to get anything else they didn't say? And I also definitely want to support Melissa's. I think making it look better and engaging the Make Frisco committee is crucial, because I think we need fewer signs and more art for sure to what Andrew and Melissa said. So I fully support that and think that would also help. So great. Love to take a little bit of a break moving on, unless Nancy, do you need anything further? You've got everything you need. Great. Let's take 5 and we'll come back and keep working. Thanks, you guys. That was a great discussion. I appreciate it.
I'm here. I'm just snacking.
Me too. My new favorite, maple Cheerios. Keeps you going. I was looking at model runs for the coming storm. I think if you want milk or gas, you better go get it today if you're living up here, because we might have some supply shortages from the Front Range.
How deep's the Front Range going to be? Are we getting any, and are we getting more?
Not the models are inconsistent for us, but yeah, they're looking at 4 to 5 inches of water on the west side of the Front Range. So that's feet and feet of snow.
How far into Denver will that go?
Not too far. It doesn't like tapers out quickly to the east. So sorry, Rick, you might have a busy couple days on shift.
Unless you can't get there from here.
Yes. He looks brokenhearted about that. Great. Looks like everybody's back. They have their snacks. So we will keep rolling. I appreciate the conversations this afternoon. They've been good. And I think this, Nancy, I appreciate the way you've helped us build the agenda today, because it is marching nicely and segueing each work session. So I'll move on to agenda number 3, and that's the envisioning the future of Frisco. And I will hand it over to you, Nancy, and the floor is yours. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is always our goal to be strategic in how we develop the agenda. So this time it really worked out well, I agree. So on our call with us tonight is the Insights Collective. They have come back to share their summary of their meetings with you. I think the conversation you just had, both from the perspective of why do you want to do something? What are the reasons you're trying to achieve? What will that accomplish? That's all about visioning. So it's a good example of how we can use the lens to implement what it is you're trying to envision for the future of Frisco. So I'm going to turn it over to the Insights Collective. And with us tonight, we have Carl Robato again, we have Chris, and we have Susan Stewart. I'm not sure if Jesse is also on the call. Oh, he is. Okay, great. I didn't see his video. And so I'm going to turn it over to them, and that they're going to share with you their summary and the lens itself. Jesse, I see you there. Great. And with that, I'm not sure which of the 4 of you are kicking it off today.
I'll start, Nancy, and thank you for inviting us back, Mr. Mayor, Council. It's a pleasure to have our team back to you today to talk a little bit about our summary and of all our discussion. I don't know who's going to put this up on the screen. Is that us, Susan, or?
It was Deborah, and she just.
Oh, there we go.
Make that larger as well, Deborah, please.
To just kick it off, this is our 3rd meeting, and we've had a great time with you guys. You really are a wonderful, thoughtful council, and the level of informed discussion is so positive. It really is enjoyable and challenges us. Our first meeting, if you recall, we really sort of talked about the scenario in which we found ourselves in COVID and post-COVID, and we looked at some scenario drivers. We also looked at sort of marketplace realities that were taking place, some of which we think we're going to stay around, some of which might disappear over time. And from that session, we walked into or developed a variety of scenarios for you guys to consider as a town council and a community. And our desire in presenting those 3 was to get you guys to really take what you like, stimulate the discussion, take what you like, and begin to build a 4th scenario that encompasses all the elements of what you're looking for. And that's sort of what we have tonight, is presenting that 4th scenario, really sort of your scenario, in which we've tried to capture your thoughts, your comments, your suggestions as much as possible, and build it out more and give it some texture and give it some context. And in doing so, we also have provided, go back to the lens, we talked about, and we've given you some examples that you could maybe begin to apply it with. So we're going to take you through that here real quickly. We started with a story. We wanted to build a Frisco story. A story gives context. A story gives texture. A story describes you guys to anybody who wants to sort of find out who you are, and it gives a sense of community and authenticity. And then from the story, we derived some Frisco characteristics. And these are yours. This is who you are. This is what we heard you say who you are. Everything from the passion of an outdoor lifestyle that you guys had, an encouraging community expression of culture, everything from art, music, outdoor experience, friendliness, youthful creativity, and a reflection of shared values. The protection and stewardship of the environment, the inclusiveness and the importance of inclusiveness, and welcoming traditions and a desire to foster strong connections between all members of the community. These are you. This is what we walked away, and we've had deep debrief meetings after every one of our times with you. And this is what we heard you say you are. Now, you may decide to add a few things or whatnot, but these came through in our conversation. And from there, we developed some guidelines. I'm going to have Chris kind of go over the guidelines. He really spent a lot of time thinking this through. And so I'm going to have him sort of walk you through these.
Thanks, Carl. So I think what we've tried to do is take the story and turn it into some statements that are built on the characteristics, what Carl just mentioned that you feel passionately about, but turn the story into some guidelines that could help shape some decisions and the kinds of things you wrestle with all the time. And we just listened to the Promenade discussion, and it has all of the attributes of what we feel like you should be talking about as you try to make these kinds of decisions. And as you talked about it, you talked about walkability, you talked about culture, you talked about neighborhoods. I mean, you're touching on the very things that we try to capture in the story, but we've also touched on in these guidelines. So we identified a neighborhood feeling. All community members are valued, and we in the story we touched on the fact that your community members are more than just residents. They're second homeowners, they're business owners, they're your visitors and guests, and there's differentiation ultimately from a marketing standpoint between day visitors and overnight and out-of-state markets and in-state markets. All of that is captured in this idea that all community members are valued. There's connections to the county as a whole. Culture is an expression of the residents. In other words, the culture comes from you, and some of the power of you as a community are your residents. You're authentic. You're really, you can market what you are and who you are. And that's one of the opportunities that I think we feel really strongly about. We also felt like there's importance to be placed on this idea of the areas around the town where nature meets the land. And that's one of the reasons we sent you a couple of images, is because we think one of the things that not only are you set apart by the mountains and the lake, but also by the fact that you really have these very hard edges where the built environment hits absolutely wonderful natural settings. And we think that you can continue to build on that, and it differentiates you from other communities. The community is inclusive and welcoming. You'll continue to protect the access to the outdoors and nature. That's something that's integral to who you are. Tourism is an economic building block. We called that out. That's one where you might want to talk about it and make sure you agree with that. But we believe it's a pretty important building block for your future. And then walkability to enable connections within the community. This idea that you really are truly walkable, and with your connections to the county, with Summit Stage, with the ability to put free bikes on buses and go all over the county. You really represent a terrific example of connectivity and also how to move people around in an environmentally appropriate way. So I'm going to turn it back to Carl, let him remind us of what we do with these guidelines, and then we'll talk a little bit more briefly about a couple examples of what we've tried to do to illustrate how we see the story plus the characteristics and guidelines being used.
Thanks, Chris. And you know, it's funny, I'm glad I got to listen to your last discussion because I was trying to frame your last discussion through this lens and use it as a tool sort of real time. And if somebody could scoot that up. And I'm just bringing this back for reference. The lens is really an effective tool to just view things through. You know, we developed the Frisco scenario or the elements of the Frisco scenario. We transform that into a story with characteristics and guidelines. That gives you a way to look, to create a lens to look through at different community issues, development issues, economic issues, social issues. The last issue you guys had on your agenda could in fact probably fit right in. This tool could have probably fit right into that discussion. And ultimately that leads you to the implementation of your desired scenario. And so we hope we've been able to illustrate how this kind of thinking and this tool can get you from sort of where you were to where you want to be from a desired standpoint. And you know, we could have used the last discussion as an example, but we've come up with two quick ones, and I'm going to give it back to Chris to take you through these to just illustrate how this could work.
Okay, on the left-hand column, what we've done is we've identified the guidelines that we think are potentially applicable to a particular example, problem, or situation. And in this case, we took the reshaping of events. And we know you've had some discussions on this, but the idea, our idea is that as you talk about events and what you want the future to be, there's an opportunity to go back to the scenario and try to stay true to the guidelines and the qualities that you represent. So in the left-hand column, we've identified some of what we consider to be applicable guidelines for this topic of events. And not all the guidelines apply to every single topic or every single issue that you face. The promenade might have a different list of considerations in the left-hand column. But the idea was that we tried to share some examples of, if you accept the structure we've created, all community members are valued. Well, what does that mean for events? Talks about managing a mix of events to address all members. The idea that you consider events across a broad spectrum, and you make sure that you're staying true to the idea that there are events for everybody. And that includes different types of residents, as well as different age groups and different segments of the community. And then we go down the list, and I don't see trying to go through every one of these. Time doesn't permit it, and it's really our take on it. You need to take this and advance it, and staff can help with that. But the idea was that the story and the scenario could help add nuance and a completeness to the discussion you've been having about events. I think in this example, the neighborhood feel, what are you doing things that engage the neighborhoods? Are there more ways to take events or small gatherings out into the neighborhoods that are different than the kinds of event offerings you've had in the past? Does that the enhancing neighborhoods and connectivity, does that translate into some funding ideas for trying to do small scale events? They're very different from what you've had in the past. So there's lots of examples. We won't try to brainstorm or go through them now, but those are the kinds of applications we see. And then we took another shot. If you just scroll down, please, Deborah, that we took another shot at another example, which was really the uses at the Promenade, the Peninsula Recreation Center. And obviously, you've spent lots of time, you've got master plans, you've got all kinds of topics and issues that emanate from your success out there. I mean, you've got a great, really unique, opportunity, and also it's already a tremendous success story. So we took a shot at applying, again, the guidelines down the left-hand side, and we were applying it a little bit to the idea of the sheet of ice or ice at the peninsula. And and you could apply this to other potential uses that you consider for the peninsula. But the idea that the culture is an expression of residence, that the ice facility should be something that's designed to reinforce the culture, and that might apply to the art that becomes and the decorative qualities of ice if you put it in there, but also just how do you make sure you're reaching out in every way possible. So those are really but two examples. But I think if you embrace and like this kind of approach, then the idea would be that you could apply this scenario approach to other kinds of decision making that you will be making going forward. Now, the final thing in this packet was just a couple examples of illustrating some of the data that we found ourselves considering. And one of the things that I mentioned, this idea of Frisco as a community with edges, and part of that was we just looked at your, visually at what you are. If you'll scroll down just a little more, Deborah, you can see so clearly in this kind of a satellite image of how, and this, but how the edges shape the community, and the fact that you really do have buffers. You have, you will not have strip development occurring on the various sides of town, and those are the kinds of qualities that a lot of communities don't have. The other thing that we identified was in looking at your strategic plan. You said you wanted to have 50% residents. That was right, the very top line in the strategic plan. And we found ourselves saying, well, what's the mix today, and where are those? Where do second homeowners own property compared to, permanent residents? And can that tell us something about what the appropriate planning and some of these considerations might be? So here we just gave a couple examples. On the left-hand side is one where the shaded areas are the county holdings within the town, the unannexed land. And then the red and orange portrays either people who receive their tax notice out of town or in town. So essentially what it's showing is this mix of second homeowners or absentee owners. In some cases, it's people that aren't even behaving as a second home. They may just be an investor, but that shows up in the assessor's database. And on the right, we've done the same application where we've done it for the incorporated part of town. And again, this is but one example of how you extend some of the data tools to problems and the outcomes that you want to try to pursue under your strategic planning effort. So with that, I'll stop and turn it back to you for some discussion and maybe any comments from staff. This is really our overview of what we've done.
Thanks, Chris. I appreciate that. Carl, that was, I like the whole process. I like the thought process. I like using the lens, and I think the story and the guidelines for me personally are quite helpful in that. I think you, for the most part, nailed everyone that I was thinking and said it better than I could. And I know that took plenty of time. Any thoughts or questions for the Insights Collective team or feedback? You leaned in. Were you gonna?
I quick lean in, which I really think it's a good end product that I truly hope we use. It's up to us from here. But I found it interesting that there was no mention of the world-class skiing element that surrounds our community. And I'm just kind of curious y'all's thinking of why that wasn't built into the story.
I think we found ourselves identifying outdoor opportunities in general, and skiing being a part of that. We also, I think, try to identify the idea that you're connected to the county and the region, and for us that was almost a code word for the fact that you have just these incredible opportunities. But I think that's a great example of something, you know, the story, if you're going to use it, needs some more work. It needs, you know, and Vanessa and other staff members could help you do that if you feel like those are the kinds of things you think belong there. So we, you know, ours was not intended to be an absolute statement. And I think that's, you know, if it feels like that belongs there, then it probably should be developed and inserted.
But interestingly, no, it was not anything you guys focused on or emphasized. You said we're not the ski resorts. We're different. And so it was interesting that, you know, we included what you guys talked about and what you were passionate about. And I don't think I heard anybody say that they were passionate about the ski resorts.
You know, I just want to piggyback on that. The one thing that got me at the last meeting was you guys were adamant that you have this passion for outdoor, you know, and you were, you know, you were absolutely adamant about it, and that passion comes through. And we talked a lot about that, you know, that outdoor can't just be defined by one activity or one thing. It's everything from somebody who's taking a walk down the block to skiing a world-class ski resort, but certainly it all comes together. And I think we were just taken by how passionate you guys were about all of it.
It's a great answer. Thank you.
Yeah. And I always think that one of the best parts of Frisco is that we aren't a ski resort.
Well, you push back on the word recreation pretty hard, I think. You know, you like the word outdoor, and we certainly heard that, but the pushback was a little bit on recreation, and that didn't adequately describe how rich your outdoor opportunities are. So that's what we were trying to capture.
And I think the real beauty is test yourself with this. When an issue comes up, pull this lens out and put it up, and put the story up and give it a test. Give it a test run, and see how it works for you, and what changes could be made, and how it could be massaged as a tool for the council looking forward. Put it to the test.
Yeah, I think we'll have plenty of opportunity.
I'm sure you will. Yeah.
Coming meetings. Jesse, go ahead.
You know what? I want to thank you guys for all the time that you spent working on this and thinking through it and really trying to get at the essence of what we're trying to do here in Frisco and who we want to be when we grow up. You know, to Andrew's point about it's up to us to use this lens, and then Carl, to kind of echo what you're saying, like, let's test it out. On the flip side of that coin, I want to make sure that we don't throw it out at the first opportunity when it doesn't fit the particular issue that we're trying to address. If we're going to use it, let's use it. And it's a tool, and it's powerful, and it's going to align us with what we want to be doing. But we can't just say, oh, well, you know, that doesn't fit the outcome of this particular issue. So I kind of want to throw it to the wind. So I do just want to caution that it's really easy to do that. And so, you know, I think the time spent here developing this tool is really important. And I appreciate y'all's time coming to present it to us and try to hash it out. And I think it's really important that we use it moving forward.
And I appreciate that comment. Let me add a thought, because I think you're absolutely right. This is not a test of do something or not do something. This tool is designed to make you think and to be creative and to see how it can work, to open up your thoughts as a council to seeing how it could work, you know, through the lens. It's not designed as a go, no go tool. It's really designed to pull your creativity as a group out to envision new projects and issues and so forth as they come down the pike.
Good. Well, I think Jesse said it well, and I think occasionally we have to hold that lens in a way that it makes it a mirror to make sure we are remembering that it's there and using it appropriately, to kind of look back at ourselves. And I think we can do that. And I'm looking forward to kind of helping this guide some discussions in the future. And so thank you and your team and council. There was no real actions needed this evening. It was just kind of the final presentation and just making sure everybody feels like this is all are agreeing and this is kind of the right track. And if not, let's continue to talk about it and adapt and make sure we put this to good use. So.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council, on behalf of our team, we've thoroughly enjoyed this opportunity. It's been a wonderful, it's been wonderful for us to sort of stretch our thinking and apply it in a real world, in Frisco's dynamic. And it's just been really wonderful. And on behalf of the entire team, we want to thank you. And we're here to help you again. I mean, if if we can be of assistance moving forward on an issue or whatever, we're here. We think you're a really real special place, and you're grappling with the issues in a wonderful way, and sometimes slow and tedious, but you care, and that is a big thing. And we appreciate the opportunity to be involved with you.
Thank you all. I appreciate it greatly. Any final comments from council, or Nancy, please go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to jump in as well and thank the collective. We also spent a lot of time with them. I'm not sure they knew how much time this was going to take. But I think that's indicative of the fact that Frisco is very special. This is not a cookie cutter or anything. As you all know, my favorite word for Frisco, magical, but it's not lighthearted. It is a one of a kind, unbelievable place. And I think this tool they've provided can be really helpful. And Mayor, if you'd like to restart the promenade conversation, I'm happy, like we could kick that off right now and use this tool right now, start over. And it's a great example of how we might bring this forward to council, as we have with other decision-making models that we've been bringing with you. And we might say, how does this include all the community, and how does this more of a neighborhood feel? What could we do to bring in art and culture? And that's the process, I think, that it will be very beneficial. We'll see if it works for you, if it resonates with you, but I want to thank the collective very much for help with us as well, and for tweaking things the way we asked you to. Thank you so much for all your time, and I really hope it is helpful to council.
Thank you.
Yep, very helpful. Appreciate it, and hopefully next time we all get together, it will be in person, and we can put it to, and we'll show you how we're putting it to good use. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Bye for now.
Guys.
Stay well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Moving on in the work session this evening, we're on to. Sorry, Nancy, I don't think we're going to revisit the promenade discussion yet. So we'll just have to bring, but we will go to agenda item number 4, and that is strategic plan and the housing strategies. And Nancy, I will turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. For those council who weren't aware, I was just joking. I think a couple council members looked at me like, what is she saying? It's a joke. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm really excited for this conversation for you. Before I turn it over to Dawn, I just want to commend Dawn for a great report as well. I know it's a bit of a hefty report. I hope you've all had the chance to read through it. This is before the council, really at your request since I've been here, to really drill down on housing, to dig into the data and find out what do we really have, and what are all the different ways in which we could look at the data. And then does it identify or help us identify what the gaps are? And once we identify those, can we then develop a policy by which we fill in the gaps that we're looking to aim to make a difference in? And that's what we're hoping this data does for you. It helps point out why are we doing housing projects, what the outcome could be. And we're about the how, of course. How do we get that done? There are a lot of ways to get that done, but we're hoping we can keep you at this place tonight to really focus on why and what you might want to do. What is the goal you might want to reach? We've thrown in a goal for you to think about and vet and see if that works for you. I'm going to turn it over to Don. He's going to go through high level key points out of the report, but we're not going to regurgitate the report. And with that, I hope it brings you as much meaning as it has us to be able to really look at the data. Thank you, Don, for all that you did to bring that together. And with that, I'll kick it off to you.
Sure. Great. Thank you, Nancy. I'll go ahead and share a screen here. Everybody can everybody see that and hear me okay? Yes. Okay, great. Thanks. Continuing on the theme of having one work session build into the next, we're building into some visioning and our potential housing strategies. As Nancy said, there is a fairly lengthy staff report with quite a bit of data and information. So this is just intended to give a high level summary of that and then frame that discussion as we move forward a little bit.
Hold on, Don, I'm sorry, but Councilmember Fallon has lost his connection and he's asking if we will just wait a minute. He's
Sure. Absolutely.
While we're doing that, Don, do you mind putting it on full presentation mode too?
Yes, I'll give that
little camera, Don, right on the bottom, that little camera way down at the bottom of the screen, that little tiny.
Yeah, okay.
See that little presentation right next to the minus size button? Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Did that do it? All right, great. So we'll wait a minute for Councilmember Fallon and see.
Thank you.
I'm good.
All right.
All right, great. Thanks. Dan, what you may have missed was we're just going to do a short summary, go over on a high level the data and information that was presented in the staff report to frame a discussion later. Following up, so as you know, we adopted a strategic plan and a new version of that in November. There was a number of particular goals particularly in the inclusive community portion of that focusing on tonight, related to housing, increasing full-time residents. Again, the goal was written as increase that to a 50% number, create a 5-year capital project plan, initiate housing projects. And as we saw from the visioning sessions that Insights Collectives did, that's kind of refined council's vision for the future of the town. Why are we looking at housing? It's because it has this goal to focus on the sense of community and the small town character that we have and that we enjoy. And then housing it's integral to each of these goals that we have in the strategic plan, whether it's inclusive community or recreation or whatever else it may be. So going through some real basic housing data, just to reiterate some of what we discussed at the November 10th council meeting most recently. Our housing it's very focused on a specific type of unit. We have almost half of our housing units are condominiums, and the vast majority are 2 bedrooms or fewer. Over a quarter of the unique housing types that we have in the town is a 2-bedroom condo. Over half of the housing that we have consists of units that have 2 bedrooms or fewer. So again, this is not a lot of our housing is not really built for a lot of large families or whatever else, and that's something to keep in mind as we move forward, considering our residency and our character and some of those other things. We also talked on November 10th at that meeting that the exact data that we have and that we use, having exact information is not as critical as identifying key trends that we need to be looking at and monitoring to see if we're making progress to those overall goals. Moving on. So housing valuation, I think we may have seen this recently when we were talking about the Mountainside unit condo. The Summit County Assessor's Office develops a taxable value for all properties in Summit County. That taxable value is an indicator of price. However, we also need to be aware that that indicator or that value is generally significantly lower than the actual market value that a property will go on the market for. Given that, the data can still show a measure of what affordable housing is and what those challenges are in Frisco itself. So using an example of a 2-bedroom unit, which is a 3-person household when we're looking at AMIs. 160% AMI for that 2-bedroom unit is $600,000. Fewer than half of all the units in Frisco have are valued by the assessor's office at less than 160% AMI. And then it's also important to recognize that the household income for that 3-person household is $138,000. And I don't know that that's an actual median income or an average income for a lot of Frisco households. So that's something to keep aware of as well. Moving through short-term rentals. Again, we've talked a lot about short-term rentals over the years. As a reminder, we have about 3,600 residential units in town. Right now, we have 620 active short-term rental licenses. So that means almost 20%, or a fifth of all the short-term rentals, or all the properties in town have an active short-term rental license. That also means that of those, there's about 3,000 units that are available for long-term or part-time residency. And I think I do want to make clear that myself, I see the value of a short-term rental. They create the bed base that we have. It is a fairly necessary thing for our community because of who we are as a tourist-based economy. So recognizing that short-term rentals are a part of our community, we also recognize then that we have about 3,000 units that may be available for residency, whether it's long-term, part-time, or short-term. So deed restricted inventory, this is another component. And as you can see, it's fairly small compared to the short-term rental inventory. We have right now approximately 170 total units that are either deed restricted for local residency and occupancy, either with or without an AMI restriction, or town-owned employee units. So again, and these are spread out throughout town. A lot of them are in specific neighborhoods like Pequon or South End Village, but they're also scattered through some market rate developments such as Condos off Main or Boulevard Bend and Drake's Landing. The Housing Bridge. So Insights Collective presented this at their, I believe it was the February 11th visioning session. And I do want to spend a couple minutes and focus on this. I think there was a lot of interest in this particular graphic that was presented, and also maybe some confusion over what it meant. As presented, if you look at this closely, it shows that a range of potential housing units and types that could be available in any given community. It's not a specific, every community should have these amounts or these numbers or whatever else, but it is an idealized or a range of housing for various communities. One thing to think about or recognize also with Frisco, if you look all the way over to the right, we see that 180% AMI is the last segment there, anything over 180% AMI. If you recall from a minute ago, that's less than half of our units are in the first 7 segments there. So most of our housing stock and housing inventory is in that last segment, which is labeled on this as high-end market. So that's the main point and takeaway of this particular graphic. And it also identifies that there's a number of options and opportunities that we as a town can do to try to seek to fill some of those lower or some of these other categories. So what have we done? What's going on? Where are we going? This is kind of the big question. Where do we go from here? The visioning discussions have reaffirmed the goal that enhancing the small town character and sense of community is the main goal, and housing is integral to those goals. Private development is doing some things. There is a lot of the units that have been created over the past several years have been the result of bonus density in market rate projects. There's also a potential project out at the medical office building that Censure is looking at that could contribute another 37 units. We have the voters approved the 5A measure in 2006 for the governments to fill the gap that the markets aren't covering at the moment, or that the private market is not covering. And we've done a pretty good job as a town. In 2011, We had 46 deed restricted units. Since then, we nearly tripled that to 170. So we've done a pretty good job, an admirable job, I would say as well. But there's also more opportunities that maybe we should be looking at. Some of those are ongoing and just getting started. One is the 619 Granite Project, which is known as the CDOT lot. This is a partnership with the Colorado Department of Transportation, who owns this property. This was formerly that mobile home park at the corner there. We are in the design stage. We're looking at possibly 20 to 24 units and refining that number right now. And we will be bringing a conceptual design to council on March 23rd. Frankly, I'm pretty excited about how this has been evolving. I think it's in a good place and it's going to be a great project as it moves forward. We are also working on drafting an RFP for the 275 Granite property, which is known as Sabatini lot or the 13 Granite parking lot or any number of other terms for that. This is a slightly smaller property, so we're looking at a fewer number of units, but probably 14 or 18 that we could put on there. Both of these projects, if we move along with them, could break ground in 2022 for completion the following year. So those are a couple options. I think one thing that at least I've always said is we're not going to build our way out of this and solve the housing problem just by building. So what are some other options to increase residency in our community? One is we could look at incentivizing conversions of short-term rentals to long-term rentals through various methods. We could potentially look at modifications to our current housing helps programs. As you may be aware, the housing helps has not been as successful as we had initially hoped. And there's a number of reasons for that. The biggest reason is the way the program is set up, it can be applied at the time of purchase of a unit. Well, as you all are aware, likely that the housing market in Frisco is very limited. I looked at Zillow earlier today, and there's a total of 3 units on the market right now. Granted, Zillow is not the definitive market, but there's just not a lot of opportunity out there for us to apply this program. So are there other opportunities that we could use? There's other communities that have had great success with this program. They also have a different set of criteria that we could apply in order to make this program a little bit more successful. And then finally, going back again to the visioning discussion, there's at the last meeting, there was a lot of discussion of what can we do to make residency more attractive for people that don't necessarily need deed restricted or whatever else. What can we do to make it more attractive for people to live here in general, make it their full-time residence rather than their part-time? And that could be improvements to parks, trails, infrastructure that will benefit those full-time residents. And again, that may be where we can look at that through the lens that was just discussed as whether those goals can be applied or those guidelines can be applied to various projects. Finally, as Nancy mentioned, we came up with a few recommendations that we would like you to consider in order to help move our strategy forward. First of all, sometimes it's very useful to create a concrete goal. One could be pick a number of, let's say we would like to see 10% of the available units in town have a deed restriction on them. So we could certainly do that. That'd be an increase of approximately 125 units. And we could do that. That would be about 30 a year between now and 2025. So that is one recommendation, is to establish a goal so that we as staff can come up with strategies to implement that goal. Next one is staff would recommend and request that we be able to bring back the housing helps program for some consideration of some modifications to that in order to make it a little bit more effective or provide more opportunities to utilize that program. And then finally, as you know, we purchased this Mountainside Unit C11 in January. That unit currently is vacant and is not being utilized. As we're evaluating what to do with it, staff would recommend retaining that as a rental and then reevaluating at a later date whether or not that we should put a deed restriction on it and sell it to a private party. So with that, I don't have anything further. We can certainly go back into any one of those for a little bit more detail. just wanted to give a good overview and start it from there.
Excellent. Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your whole staff report and an excellent summary of a lengthy and in-depth staff report. So, and I think one slide that I thought was amazing and telling was also from the Insights Collective of that kind of satellite overview of who the breakdown of property ownership throughout Frisco, just in a simple color coded. That was a pretty heavily weighted map. So I thought that was good to see as well, addressing kind of exactly our issues. So, I mean, I'm not sure how council wants to go or if there's questions before, but I think kind of going down the recommendations and giving staff some feedback per Don's request would be a good start, unless there's specific questions. Melissa, yeah, go ahead.
I do have a specific question for you, Don, and thank you for that summary. When you talked about the housing helps, can you clarify for us how mechanically it works? You mentioned that we're limited to put the deed restriction on at the time of purchase or transfer. Can you help me understand that?
Sure. Right now, when the program was established, and I believe it was Resolution 19-14, but don't quote me on that. There was 3 criteria that were established with it, or 3 times that it could be used. One is creation of an accessible dwelling unit, which would be a property owner that gets funding from the town to build this accessory dwelling unit inside their current residence. That has not yet been utilized, or that option has not been utilized. Another option would be for somebody who wants to buy a market rate unit, and at time of purchase, they come to the town and the town supplies a portion of a potential down payment up to 15% or $75,000, or a maximum of $75,000. That also has not been utilized yet. The third option would be for the town to go out and actually put a deed restriction on it, which is effectively a buy down.
Okay, because that is really helpful, and I think I'll save my comments on it. But I think what we're learning is mechanically how the Housing Helps program is set up is sort of inherently kind of challenged. So I'll save my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Other questions? And if we're there, Melissa, it'd be easier. We can roll with the Housing Helps to start. We don't have to go to the top, because I think everybody's thinking about it now, and I'm good with that. So if you want to roll into your comments,
sure.
Go for it.
Well, let me just say a couple things. So, this is a really comprehensive discussion. We could spend 6 hours on this alone. And so I appreciate that you framed it up well. I think that was a really succinct summary of a really complex topic. And so to not go in too many directions, I just want to sort of cut to the quick here on my feedback. And that is, I want to use what we have. I think we all would agree, we're not going to build our way out of this, as we always love to say. Building new units is a great idea, but we also have to look inward and utilize what we have. And so to that end, incentivizing STRs to move to long-term rentals, I think we need to explore further how we might be able to do that. I didn't see specific tools, but that's something I'd like to explore further. I definitely recognize the importance of STRs. I don't want to take away anybody's right to do an STR. I think that, they're part of the way of life. They're part of our economy. It's very important. But at the same time, there's such an extreme need for long-term rentals in our community. And we want to see those woven into our town. So I'd love to learn more about that for a later date. Going to the Housing Helps program, one thing that I think you guys have heard me say over the years many times is I really want to spread our efforts across the spectrum of needs. And one thing is we look at the bridge, right? And you more or less said this, Don, but it's not an accurate reflection of our housing stock. And so it's important to recognize that that's in a healthy housing stock situation. So for the 100 and, what they're saying that the high income earners, even those earners can't afford to purchase a home here in this community. And so what I would love to see, I'll come back to Housing Helps. What I'd love to see on that spectrum, which Housing Helps is a part of it, is linking tools with those products, if you will. And so what I mean by that is for 60 to 80% AMI, there are so many programs available to us, and namely LIHTC, partnering with a LIHTC developer that knows how to secure that funding, how to navigate financing to make that happen and deliver units at those very, very low levels. They just have to be heavily, heavily subsidized. And there's state funding, there's federal funding. How do we tap into that? And so I'm not expecting an answer on that tonight, but I want to see you can use that bridge, you can use a table, however you'd want to do it. But I want to see the tools linked to the product. And so where Housing Helps comes in is that sort of 100 to probably, up on upwards, just short of a market home, because essentially you're buying down you're putting a deed restriction. So you're buying down the market value of their home. So what is that worth? And I regret that I haven't seen this earlier. I have not recognized this earlier. I'm sure you've shared it with us, that the AMI tied to the Housing Helps program has to be 100% AMI. And then you also share with us that it can only happen at the time of purchase. And so in my mind, the Housing Helps program needs to be something that any homeowner with a market home can come to the town at any point and say, yes, we want to put a deed restriction on our home. We've learned through empirical data here in Peak One neighborhood that the delta between a market home with a work only deed restriction and a straight deed, a real work required deed restriction, the value of that market home deed restriction is about 10 to 15%. And so that 75,000 really is about accurate. I mean, it would need to prove itself out, but it's in the ballpark. If you're asking somebody with a market home to only get paid $75,000 to put 100% AMI deed restriction, the value of that deed restriction is several $100,000. And so it just is totally misaligned. And so I'd like us to really get to the heart of that. Let's fix that program, because we've seen this work in Vail for years. We're seeing it work in Breckenridge. Now I'm understanding why ours it's flawed, and let's learn from that and let's fix it. And so back to the spectrum, I think that moving forward, one more thing that I didn't see tonight, and that is we've talked, especially over the last year, about creative policy solutions that are really out of the box that could more or less incentivize more creative and diverse development. And so we all see every single home that is being redeveloped right now. There's a lot of scraping going on of the older housing stock, of kind of normal, if you will, single family homes, duplex, that type of thing in sort of the neighborhoods of Frisco being scraped and popping up, $1.6, $2 million duplexes. And so that's fine to a point, but can we disincentivize that? Do we want to look at strategies of building in fees that there can only be so much of that a year in our town. And that's very top down. It perhaps is too heavy handed, but we need to look at that. We need to look at creative, effective land use and development policies that can incentivize more of the kind of diverse development that we'd like to see. Because it's great that we're doing CDOT. I love that. That's awesome. Would love to see something happen on these other lots. But we can't just keep building these sort of pop-up developments. That's not going to solve our problems. So that's for a very specific. So I'll end here with, on the bridge, those developments serve a particular need. What are we doing for the rest of the spectrum? And what I would I'd really like to see the follow through on this, because I know we've talked about it before, is linking the tools to the product. And what tools are we doing to help us strategize and meet those goals? But overall, great work, and thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. So Melissa, I think just on one of your points on the housing helps thing, it's just kind of, you're thinking just acts kind of the AMI restriction. Say
yes,
some of the bookends of the program look great. It's what's tying together with that AMI is probably maybe what's keeping it from being successful. Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Cool. Thanks. Dan.
Melissa, well said. I really couldn't agree more. The Housing Health Program, we learned from that great presentation at the last CAST meeting that for that to work, it really has to be unlocked. It has to be a non-market capped, market-driven program where we come in and evaluate the value of the property from our perspective and bracket that investment 75, 85, 95, without a doubt. I think that really helps target that upper the upper part of the spectrum, 140, 160, 180, and creates that those properties that people in the entry level AMI homes can matriculate to and towards, and create some of that space underneath, which would be very helpful. Another point too to remember, I think that works to our advantage, is because Frisco is boundary locked, as the Insight Collective team referenced, we're going to see a slower, that economic envelope is going to expand slower. It actually allows us, if we can aggressively get after some rental units and the creation of some units, to close that gap a little bit faster, because we're not pushing outside those boundaries to create new commercial zones, things of that nature. So we do have that going for us in terms of at least targeting, what we're seeing as our the part of that need that's been assigned to Frisco, and there's other outside the 10-mile basin. But Don, the part that you talked about incentivizing STRs to turn to long-term rentals, that part, there's some pieces that exist already in the county that we can partner with. FERC has that great program already where they're looking for long-term rentals, long-term landlords to come to them, where they vet tenants, they guarantee leases, they do things of that nature. What we need to do is take some 5A money and identify that amount, if it's 80, 100, 120, 140% AMI for rentals. I think we can put some money there. You're looking at probably $10,000 to $30,000 per unit, probably, depending on where you want to target the AMI, that you need to get above where those people are cash flowing to have them start to look at it. There's enough benefits, I think, with these other programs that's going to start to move a few people. Not everybody, but we're not looking to move everybody. I think, again, if we're looking at, maybe getting 10 to 20 units over the next couple of years of dispersed long-term rentals that are not town managed, that's our benefit. Because we don't want, I believe, in my opinion, to accrue dispersed rental units that the town controls, which is what we run into on the Mountainside unit. I think there's a benefit to bringing those rental units together. That's why, those rental projects, CDOT, Sabatini, I don't know what's going to come out of the Centura project, if it's going to be rentals or it's going to be workforce, but I think we really need to come up with numbers to put to that STR as STR incentives. And it's going to be getting close to that delta between their nut, and that includes cleaning, other costs of management, on top of what their rental, their mortgage nut already is. I think you'll find, if you do some math, $10,000, $30,000, depending on where on that sliding scale of AMI you want to target for rental, you'll start to get some people to migrate, because ultimately, for a lot of people, it makes more sense to make it long-term and not short-term rental. So unless there's a use derivative for those people on the short-term side, if it's straight up that investment property, I think you're going to see that gives them an option to look at. So I'd like to take a real hard look at that STR incentivization to get them to really start to get some movement there, much like we could get in the Housing Helps program on the market, non-market cap deed restriction for purchase.
Did you mute yourself? Okay. I wasn't sure if you muted yourself intentionally there, Dan. Thank you. I appreciate that. And yeah, I think it's not a question I'm throwing out there, and I don't actually want an answer or think we need one, but I just always wonder how many of those short-term rentals would actually change, because they still want their weekends to come skiing. And if it's flipped to a long-term, there's no incentive for them to have that, but I don't know what that percentage is. So I definitely do. I think, Dan, the way you said, unlocking the Housing Helps program falls in line with what Melissa was saying. And I agree. I like that thought process. Jesse.
Yeah, I can make this short because I pretty much agree with just about everything Melissa and Dan said. I want to reiterate and reemphasize Melissa's first point around LIHTC and the opportunities to partner with developers who can truly realize that benefit. Even here in this conversation, we've still talked a lot about the 80 to 120%, but there's a huge gap for subsidized rentals at the 60% and lower. And I don't feel comfortable with the CDOT project right now committing to something that I think in the staff report, it was just suggested, but around 100% AMI, when we could get 20 plus units at a rental level that that the data is telling us we need. So I'll leave that aside for a specific project discussion, but the LIHTC thing cannot be, and not just LIHTC, but other creative solutions. Like, I think a lot of times we get bogged down in how much 5A money we have and how much the land is going to cost for us to give to the developer. But we really have not thought outside the box or challenged our developers who have come to us with proposals and have kind of tried to pitch us on projects because we haven't been able to narrow down this conversation that we're having tonight and really have them bring other resources to the table. Thus far, it's been, hey, town, you have $3.5 million. We'd like to have that from the 5A funds, and you'll get 14 units out of it, So I'll leave that alone. The STR thing, yes, I agree with Dan. That program already exists. I feel like deja vu because we've talked about it when it first started. We got a presentation from FERC, then we talked about it. Just why aren't we doing that already? And then to the Housing Helps piece, you guys have heard me beat this drum before, but we have to unlock it. I think Don's summary in his staff report is really the Melissa said she had an aha moment about the AMI. I think that the staff report's kind of the first very clear outline, which seems silly. We've had multiple reports on this and multiple updates on Housing Helps, but the way you phrase it in your staff report and then presented the opportunities to expand that program is spot on. And, Hunter, you asked the clarifying question to Melissa about AMI, but it's more than just the AMI. It's the point of sale piece. Somebody who is in a home or a condo today should be able to realize that opportunity and put a deed restriction on their home today, because that is preserving long-term housing stock, even though it's not a unit that is currently in transition. So I think that's another barrier. And then, again, to Melissa's point, like limiting the 15% of market rate seems to be what most programs are seeing, but capping it at 75% doesn't allow for those higher AMIs to participate in the program, because it's a couple $100,000 again to buy that deed restriction. So I think Housing Helps is, in my mind, it's a no-brainer. You just take off the restrictions that we have and you open it up, and we can always ratchet it back down again, but we have got to see some movement in it. Otherwise, what are we doing? And I think at the end of the day, whether it's 30 units a year or 25 units a year, my mind is that we're in this game. We're collecting 5A money, it's taxpayer dollars. They gave us a very clear mandate's not the right word, very, very clear direction when they voted for this tax, that they wanted the town to get involved in housing. And here we are, and we need to get some projects underway to support both what the taxpayers entrusted us to do, but also, our goals of increasing our residency. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you, Melissa and Dan, for framing that up, because I totally agree with you.
Thanks, Jesse. Other thoughts on Housing Helps? Anybody think we're way off base by kind of unlocking it and heading the direction we're hearing, Andrew?
I mean, we need Housing Helps 2.0. Obviously, the beta version didn't fly. Make it better. It's obvious that there's a better way to do it. Let's do it. And then, since I've already unmuted myself, so, one is done, and to everybody who drafted this report, it's fantastic. I don't claim to save most of what we get in our council packets. This is one of those reports that I have saved because I know whether it's in 6 months or 2 years, I'm going to want to look at it again. So this one's a really good one. I also think that the staff right now is actively engaged with CDOT Sabatini property, going to be redoing the Housing Helps program, maintaining 16 rental units. So, in the world of what are we being asked to provide guidance on, do I think that putting in relatively arbitrary number for saying to staff, we want you to pursue and create 30 more units a year with the projects that we already have in the pipeline and the limited budget that we have, meaning 5As, give or take $1.5 million a year. I don't think I measure goals. It's an old SMAC thing I learned somewhere, where it's simple, measurable, which these two are, but it's not attainable. We don't have the money, and I don't think we have the real estate turnover to develop those kinds of numbers, especially with the pipeline we've already got. And we haven't mentioned even Lake Hill, which, whether it happens or not, it's on the table. And that's a game changer as well. That is another reason, in my view, to not set a goal to have these just a number to keep pursuing properties when we really don't have the program in place to do it with, or I think the plan in place to manage it if we succeed at that, nor do we have the budget to afford it to make it happen. So my view is kind of let's get our ducks in a row, our house in order, whatever, for what we have and what we're already doing before we start taking on some very aggressive goals in the same arena. Also, Mountainside unit, I thought we were saying go rent it. I hate to see a very in-demand piece of property not getting utilized. So there's some person, people, or family who are currently searching for housing and can't find it, and we're sitting there with a vacancy for no real good reason.
Thanks, Andrew. Excuse me. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate it. Okay. Jesse?
Can I ask a quick question? Or maybe it's a statement too. So our program, Housing Helps in particular, it's Town of Frisco 5A money, but that's being paid for through sales tax. So even somebody who lives, in Bill's Ranch would be spending that money in the Town of Frisco, and we would be collecting it. So, you know, I'm wondering to the extent that this council is interested in, you know, do these units have to be in the town of Frisco proper? Or are we okay looking at that broader map, even though this one's shaded county, this one's shaded county, and saying this is still our bed base in town? And is the county housing helps program in a more advanced or more unlocked position, if you will, to help those homeowners? Or should we actively pursue those areas as the town of Frisco? I guess I just see them as being part of the community, even though some boundary says that this road is not. And so, you know, to me, a deed restriction in Bill's Ranch is still an employee in town.
Yeah.
Just throwing that out there for thought.
I can make it even more complicated and tell you there's a 1-bedroom unit in Copper for $299,000 for sale right now. You know, we just bought a unit for $405,000. That's something that we want to have, and I'm not suggesting that that's the conversation for today, but that's the reality of where we are.
Mayor and council, I would say that I would like Thad's advice on buying property outside of the town's jurisdictional boundaries. And then also, and suppose, you know, the policy that could be developed that would have to drive that as a legal authority to do so. And then also on using taxpayer funds for housing outside the jurisdictional boundaries of the town.
Sure. I think it could be done if the deed restriction were to limit itself to people who worked in the town. There's got to be some town tied to the town. I'm not telling you it has to be in the town geographically, but the restriction would have to tie it to town interests. Does that make sense? In other words, it could be a live, work in Frisco, you know, live, work in Frisco, meaning you must maintain employment. It could be essentially be an employed in Frisco restriction. Doesn't have to be in town is the bottom line answer.
I think that's a really good idea and worth exploring. And as long as, I mean, obviously it would sort of cast a broader net, which is great. And those areas are certainly some of the most livable and homes that would be kind of ideal for a housing helps situation. But I also don't want to impose something on homes that are not in the town. So not that we would just proactively do anything, but you know, so with that legal opinion, it sounds like it's worth exploring further. And if we do pursue it, let's just make sure that it's not, you know, there's not some unintended consequence of doing so, but in just at the highest level, broadening the net just a little bit for homes that essentially are within the Frisco community, I think is a good idea.
Yeah, I agree. Andy, Rick, Dan, go for it, Andy.
Hear me? Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay. Yeah, this is important. You know, 4.7% of units are deed restricted, and we're talking about half a full-time residents, and there's a really big disparity there, you know, I'm not a fan of buying places and buy downs and that sort of thing. I think we can do it in other ways. You know, what about done, you know, changing code and making, you know, there are, like my house in particular and all the houses on my street, you knock down any one of these houses and you can build a fourplex, right? Basically. And right now our restriction is if you're building 6 or more units, correct me if I'm wrong, Don, then one of them has to be deed restricted, right? We could we not change the verbiage and say, if you're building 4 units, one of them has to be deed restricted. and that would gain us, that would build us some, because, our housing stock is old and people are scraping and building up. And like Melissa was saying, building, a duplex for $2 million each and that sort of thing. And, we need to make people want to do this, because otherwise they don't necessarily want to do it. And it's kind of obvious. And, they want to build multi-million-dollar places and keep one for themselves and make multi-million dollars. And, I feel that's the way that is. I think we should change some of that to make more deed restricted units. Again, I don't think we should be buying stuff myself. I think incentivizing to not do short-term rental is key. We need to, that's where I think some of that 5A fundage can go to is I don't know to what extent or to what percentage that we could pay someone not to short-term rent it and to put a deed restriction on it. So those are my thoughts. I agree, and I think housing helps. I think it's good. It's a good program, but yes, right. We failed the beta test. And so, what's the 2.0? And if the 2.0 is just changing the AMI, then sure, let's do that. What else are we missing in there? I don't really know. It's not my area of expertise, right? So I think that's it. Don, it's a great report, and I actually cut and pasted all kinds of stuff out of the report, and I have too much now that I'm not going to read you back your stuff, but there's good info in here, and so I appreciate that, and I will probably use this in the future myself. But at this point, we have a shortfall of I think you came out with over 200 units to achieve in order to meet a level of deed restriction to be at 50% full-time residents. We have a long way to go, and how do we move the needle? And hopefully this stuff does. But my biggest thing is can we change code?
Thanks, Andy. I appreciate that. Rick?
So I like all the ideas. I think this is great. I think it's been a productive conversation. But as far as the direction for what's on the agenda, from my perspective, is what we need to get that unit rented. Having again, as stated, setting a goal. I think we can discuss what that goal needs to be. If we want to go for 10%, I think it's a bit lofty to work in that direction right away. As far as just a greater timeline on something like that, if we're going to set a goal. What I want to do is get us in a room sometime soon in the next whenever it's available and have one topic, and it's housing, and we can set a housing strategy. And I really like the way Melissa framed it up is, it doesn't make sense to use 5A money in a particular arena because it's not the best use of that funds, but there's other stuff out there. And Don and his team know that stuff. We have a really talented group of folks who know a lot about this. I don't know that we need to set policy, but just a strategy. What are we trying to hit? What's our overall goal? And then let Don and his team go. And we don't have to revisit this every time a project comes up. We already have a strategy in place, and Don and his team can work from that. So that's my ask of the group, is to let's get together, and we can do it. However, if we have to do it on Zoom, that's fine. But one topic, several hours, get this strategy set so that Don and his team can just go forward instead of looking over their shoulder every time something comes up. That's my ask.
All right, can I just, so how is that different from what we're doing right now?
We're a little in the weeds with well, one, housing helps isn't fixed, right? So the direction to Don is, go fix housing helps and come back. We don't need to tell him how to fix it. That's his wheelhouse. If we have ideas, we can certainly share them. But I think, I guess what, Jesse, to answer that directly, are we going for 60 to 80 AMI? Are we going for 80 to 120? What group are we looking for? And if it's all of them, which I think it probably is, because that's good policy, but it does, if we're going for, having a predetermined strategy of, okay, this is going to be a 60 to 80. We know that's going to be a LIHTC funded program. We're going for 100 to 140% in this project. That's going to be 5A money. And it's not having to go back to the board. It's already loosely framed up for Don to come forward with an idea and say, this is the idea. This is our strategy based on the overarching strategy. This is what we're going to use for this project. And then he's there. We've talked about housing, which is great that we're so invested in it, but for 5 years, and it'd be nice just to have a set strategy that the team can just work from. That's what I'm saying. And maybe I'm not explaining it well enough.
Melissa.
I think I hear you, Rick, and I think that where we are just stopping short of is having that strategy. And so for years now, we've been talking about goals. We've been talking about like the various tools available to ourselves, but we really haven't set the compass as to who are we targeting, how are we going to accomplish it, what's our timeline. We just keep kind of talking and talking and talking, and so that's really what I'm looking for on, and now I've got the bridge stuck in my head, but I really want to see if we're going after that 60 to 80% product, how many units do we want to go after? How many do we need? Do we feel that we need? And what are the tools to pursue that? And I think what we need from Don and his team is to solidify that. Because right now we're just sort of talking abstractly about, well, we could do housing helps and we could do another development. But we're not linking it. We're not being strategic.
Well, Mayor and Council, that is what we're hoping to bring. That's what we're hoping to get out of this conversation. So from here, it sounds like we're going to bring back we're going to bring back the strategy to Councilmember Sherburne, and Inkin's question is, okay, I've heard code amendment. All right. The goal might be too high of a number, but we can bring back from here. How do we get all of the different missing pieces into each AMI, if you will?
Okay. And I was just gonna, and I'll close here, but the only thing that, Rick, I'm not totally aligned with you on is what I want to go the direction Nancy just described. I want the staff who, this is part of your expertise, your job description. You've got the time to really explore this. I don't think the 7 of us trying to really, flesh out exactly the tools. We simply, I don't think it would be a great use of time. I do think it would be a great use of time and if it's a couple hours, great, but to react to a strategy that Don and his team can put forth. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want us to write this strategy.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
Okay.
We're aligned.
Totally.
Yeah.
I thought so. Okay.
Well, we wanted to bring you the data
Mm-hmm.
so that you could then react to a goal. And now we're hearing, okay, we get it. Are we right? I mean, please, shake your head and all that. Then these are the strategies we think that we can bring and implement to achieve what you're suggesting, from code amendments to different housing numbers. And I get what you're saying, Councilor Sherburne, on linking the tools to the right goal for each category.
if I could suggest.
Andy held, and then we'll jump to Andrew. Go ahead, Andy.
The exercise we just did with Insights Collective, you could apply a lot of that tool to this conversation, and we can identify what some of these things are, or what's necessary and what's not. I think that would be an easy way to do that. And just to speak to the Mountainside unit, Andy, I think we left off the last meeting. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but we were just going to sit on that unit for the moment and figure out what we were going to do with it. So at this point, I would venture to say that we should do whatever improvements we need to do and rent it out and get it rented. And that way we're moving somewhere with it. We're not just sitting on it. And that way we put some family in there. So that's where that was.
Yeah, I think that was I was going to say the same thing, Andy. I appreciate that. Andrew, go ahead.
Yeah, I view it a little bit differently, because if we were having this conversation a year ago, and then it's now, and we're looking at our accomplishments for the year, it's been a pretty spectacular year towards resolving the issues we're talking about, where we've got CDOT, we've got an RFP going out for Sabatini. So you're talking about 40 units right there. I'm feeling like, yes, we need to create our vision going forward. But one of the suggestions I would make is take construction off the table, because as far as I know, we don't have any more land. We're building on everything we own right now. Our pipeline is done. We don't have anything left to put in it unless we start buying raw land, and I'm not sure where there is any of that around here. So in the world of what are we doing, I agree with what's been said, Melissa, Rick, where, okay, we have a rental unit. What are we doing with it? We don't have a policy for that. We don't have a direction. And it should be that if we get another rental unit through deed restriction, however it shows up in our system, we're not involved. We already have a program set up. And I think that's what we're saying. If we are successful in housing helps, and all of a sudden we get 5 or 10 more units, we don't have to have this Mountainside conversation, because that's not what we're here for. But I really think that construction isn't something we need to be talking about. Property management, deed restrictions, that is, because let's be realistic about where we're headed. And it is not in the construction business anymore. We're putting ourselves out of that business, I hope.
Jesse.
What's still missing, and maybe this is kind of how I'm interpreting what Rick and Melissa are saying, but I think what's still missing is, yes, Andrew, to your point, we have 40 units. Great. But where do those units land on the bridge, right? Like, and right now we could either go back and forth and argue about each project in particular, or we would already have I like the bridge, right? Like the bridge idea. And then what we need is to mirror the same graphic with what we have today. Like, Don, you had the graph down below, but it wasn't visually the same. But I think if we had 2 dials and we could see that, it would match kind of the product with the housing product with the strategy. And so I see where you guys are going with that. But to me, the gap is still that we haven't agreed that 60% AMI is a need. 100% AMI is a need based on the data. The data is showing us something, but this group has not come up with that goal. And so 40 units is great, but 40 units where on that spectrum? Like I don't think staff has enough information to, when the next project comes up, for them to confidently say, the council wants 80% AMI here.
Well, and is now the time for that conversation where, all right, we're going to, over the course of the next 2 years, the CDOT property, we're going to have control of. It seems like the RFP for the other one, I don't know, but all right, we're going to have 20 units. CDOT's going to take some of them. They're going to cost us about $400,000 each to build, and including land. Are we going to rent them for $1,000 or $2,000 a month? Is that a conversation we're supposed to have? Because I think we left our big visioning thing of we want 50% home ownership throughout the demographics, not we're not going to get there just with 60, 80, or even AMI qualifying housing. We want to bring in unsubsidized housing or market rate housing.
I guess maybe to answer your question and to push back a little bit on that number is, why aren't we talking about CDOT as a rental? I think we all agree that this is going to be a rental property, whether we own it or somebody. Like, why aren't we talking to the developers about LIHTC funding? Like, why is that not on the table? And not the 7 of us here, but like,
well, it also relates to,
we haven't agreed that that's what the need is there.
I just want to jump in and say, you know, on the CDOT, Andrew, Councilmember Aronson, and myself were on the subcommittee, and just in several of the meetings, you know, it's taken some time to say, well, who are we serving here? You know, and I think that what we're getting at is that should be, you know, it should be really obvious. And so take the Sabatini lot. Are we just going to react to proposals from like across the spectrum of any developer that wants to develop anything there? Or are we going to say, this is who our target is. We're hoping to, you know, a strategy. And so I think that's what you're getting at, Jesse, is, you know, we can just keep having these projects surface, but who are they serving and why? And is that really our direction? So.
And we keep getting pitched projects that are what the developers want to pitch us, because we don't have a very clear, we can't articulate what demographic we want to be serving. And I think, Andrew, the answer is yes, that is what we should be talking about right now, or at least directing staff to come back with, you know, now Melissa, I have the same visual in my head of this bridge that, like, to me, I'm stuck on that, but it doesn't have to be that. And look at how we fill in those various pockets moving forward. But like, we can't continue to be reactionary to what developers are pitching us, because then we go down the road, we spend 6, 8, 9 months negotiating, hearing their pitches, tweaking little details here and there. And then at the end of the day, we're like, nah, that's not what actually serving what we want. But we can't ever articulate that at the beginning of the conversation. And that's why it feels like, you know, Rick said it, I've said it to Nancy, I'm like, I feel like I've been having this conversation for 5 years on council. And it's getting to the point that it's frustrating, because we have a lot of opportunity. We have a chance to explore programs that will move the needle, but we still have not said, like, this is who we want to serve. And ambitious goals or timelines or not, we have to say something, anything. So I'll just leave it at that. But
I think that's where I thought Rick was going. And I think looking at what we've discussed with the Housing Helps and unlocking that and bringing out version 2, I think, and then I know this was probably a much bigger bite, but I think seemed like there was good agreement on looking at some of the code and how we can adjust some code for incentivizing, like Melissa and Andy Held said, because I think once we get some of those ideas and maybe even start getting hopefully a lot of motion with Housing Helps, then we go back to this is where I thought Rick was going, and maybe not, but like that's where we have then that conversation of, okay, these programs are working. This is how they're working. Why are we not, where then we need to focus on the 60 to 80% AMI, because they're not coming in on any of these programs. Like, this is who we're missing. This is how we're missing it. Because I agree. I think as kind of Rick was saying, and what both Melissa and Jesse are saying is, I hope that in 3 or 4 months, Don and Eva can just, like, they have a plan and they can run with it, and they just give us updates every now and again. And we're really happy with where they're coming in, because they do have what you were saying, is like, they know that as the scale goes back and forth, because we got 15 houses that went into the Housing Helps program that are single family or townhome 3-bedroom, then they can kind of go out and say, then we need to start focusing on filling in the other side of that spectrum and get some more, you know, smaller units or lower AMI units to find that balance. And we don't need to then be a part of that conversation. So there is a healthy and realistic balance to what's going on, knowing we don't have land. We can't build anything anymore. And our money's going to run out sooner than later. So Don, please.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if just a real quick summary, it does sound like there's a general consensus that we should bring back Housing Helps. We should rent the Mountainside unit. And as staff, we should continue to develop a strategy for implementing housing and solving some of these gaps. The one thing I think is maybe the question that Jesse asked was, is council all in agreement that all of these gaps on the spectrum, that there should, all of these segments on the spectrum should have some proportion of housing in there?
I see one. I see Dan, go ahead, and then Andy Heldon.
Yeah, quickly with regard to the quick segue Mountainside unit, I still support selling it. I think the money's better used in a program like Housing Helps. It's going to deliver more units. But in terms of Don, your ask, I think disproportionate allocation from the standpoint that, or I guess proportional from the standpoint that we've identified, at least for the last several years, we talked about this, the need around 60%. And that's on both sides of that. And the key is how is best leveraging that 5A money, because it's only going to go so far. So once those opportunities are identified where that 5A money is going to be best leveraged to deliver those units in that range, yes, proportional allocation there. So I think the Housing Helps dollars are going to deliver 140% plus. And then, we're going to see that scale of that 5A money invested in that 60% best leveraged with the help of people who are well-versed in applying those LIHTC dollars. So I think we're going to get a good result from that allocation in that range. So I think you'll see on the dial, on the bridge, that biggest gap is around that 60% range, and therefore deserves the bulk of the allocation, I think, in my world. And I think hopefully we'll have some left over because it was well leveraged.
Thanks, Dan. Andy Held, were you going to jump in?
Yeah, thanks. I'm in agreement as far as at least applying to, as Andy was saying, that, with these two projects that we got, these are going to be one of our last opportunities to do this thing. I think the RFP needs to be clear and needs to call out what we're looking for here, because it doesn't. And we will just end up with 10 different, who knows what with whatever the developer wants to build, because we're not saying that we want this. We need to say that in order to get that. I'm good with 60%.
Thanks, Andy. I saw in Don's summary, I saw agreement kind of across the board except for Andrew. So I want to make sure, Andrew, you.
Well, a soft comment, because if I'm outnumbered, that's the way it works. But the challenge here is we do, believe it or not, have limited funds and we have unlimited needs. So, it's, of course, it's helpful or it's important for a 60% AMI family to have a place to live. But if we can help 3 families at 80%, or I don't have the math in front of me, but if we can help 3 families at 80% or 100% AMI, as opposed to 1 family at 60%, that's a rationale that I would, that was my head turning no, is when we take a unit and we have to subsidize it by, walk away from 30 or 40% of its value, as opposed, and help 1 family as opposed to helping 3. I wrestle with that.
Right, but if on the RFP, we get a qualified developer that could do LIHTC and whatever else, and can find whatever non-endemic money might be out there to plug in. First Bank would probably give them something to advertise on the property, like to subsidize it. There's lots of creative things we could potentially do that we haven't even come close to. That's what Melissa was talking about. And I think that's how we get to that 60% level. Like, we got to get it from other people's money. We're not going to pay for this, right? But we need to subsidize.
Well, if we can help the same number of families, then great. I know there are funding sources out there and that I'm not aware of, but whether there's CRA credits, there's 1,000 things I know of. So yeah, but that's just if we're limited funds and if we're talking about how thin can we spread it. But if there's a way to have our cake and eat it too, Andy, I'm all in favor of that.
Melissa, were you going to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I've really done a 180 on the Mountainside unit, based on just this conversation. Obviously, a lot of thinking before this, and I'm with Dan. I think that we effectively have a housing helps unit there, and we did a buy down, and let's pass that on to somebody that's going to make that a permanent home for themselves. I think that would be really suitable, and we can leverage that money into another project. So that's where I land currently on the Mountainside.
Thanks, Melissa. I think I'm just looking at my notes, but I just want to make sure that I still think Melissa and Dan are in more of them that I'm trying to work through your staff report questions, Don. Sorry, and help you with your summary. But it sounds like you are the only two who are still wanting to sell that Mountainside unit. Is that correct? I think everybody else was. Melissa wants to sell it. Dan's still in favor of selling it.
Mayor and Council, I'd like to make a suggestion. We just got done hearing from the Insights Collective on this visioning and the lens. You could take the decision that you're thinking about right now with the Mountainside condo and look at the categories that were in their visioning. How does renting it or selling it make sure that communities or members are valued, the connection to the county, there's culture, neighborhood feel, walkability to other connections? Is renting it the right decision? Rather than what we're trying to help you with is, rather than just what do you think or what do you feel, but how does it fit with the strategy you're trying to achieve? And we're going to bring back a housing strategy based on the comments we heard here tonight that will really target your solutions. This is our housing strategy. You can adopt it. This is the policy change. This is the code change. These efforts will help achieve how we're going to fill in the gaps. Mountainside's the same way. Where does it fill in the gap? Does renting it fill in the gap for that middle range, or selling it? Which one helps you achieve more full-time residents? Which one, renting or selling, helps you achieve more of a sense of community? And that might help you make the decision rather than just what do you feel? That's what we're trying to help you get to, more of a targeted strategic decision.
Mm-hmm.
And either way might get you there. I'm just trying to help you.
I think that might be the just saying it, Rick. But yeah, I mean, for me, and I will always be, we will never be able to afford another Mountainside unit if we base it on price and return on investment and everything else. And if we do decide, looking at that lens, once we see how housing helps is working after we unlock it, then great, we can get $300,000 back when we sell that Mountainside unit. But right now, putting a family at 60 to 80% AMI in there makes way more community, achieves way more need from everything I've seen in the studies than putting money back in our bank to sit on it until we have another project that comes around. We have that money is there for us. And that's when we need it. Right now, we have housing for a family that needs it. We should put somebody in that place as soon as we can, in my opinion. Go ahead, Rick.
Well, for me, it was rent now until we figure out where we're going and then decide on the sell then. I think ultimately, I hear what you're saying, Hunter. It does a lot to get a family in there to that AMI. But I think there's also something to be said for deed restricting that, gaining a unit, and then taking the funding from that sale and bringing it into one of these other programs. But what I really want to ask is to Nancy's point, if you guys will humor me, because the filter that we talked about a year ago makes sense. This lens, I don't get it. So I can do this offline with Nancy, or if you guys want to go through it tonight, I'm into that as well.
The filter, what, just remind me, Rick, sorry.
It's essentially our strategic plan filter where we run all the decisions through our 5 principles into that. It's the same exercise, but for some reason, the horizontal process isn't working for me. I like the bucket that we run, we strain everything through and the answer comes out on the other side. It's merely just a horizontal versus vertical thing, I think.
Dan, go ahead.
So quickly, Hunter, to your point, I think the way you frame that would be, I would say, is antithetical to that strategic vision. In other words, if our strategic vision was to have a leveraging approach with our dollars where we delivered whenever we could that 60% AMI, we have an opportunity the next 18 months to deliver those at a much lower cost probably than this $400,000. If the metric is, as Andrew Aronson was I think mentioning, is families and not type of families or type of workforce person that we're trying to target, then I think it doesn't matter because we're going to get a family in there regardless. All right. This could be the first, and I talked about this last time, this would be the first of the new housing helps paradigm. You knock off the, whatever that discount is for being workforce deed restricted and non-capped. This is not about ROI on the unit. This is about delivering well-leveraged dollars for housing with well-leveraged dollars. And this being rented at 60% doesn't do it when we're about to deliver 40 more potentially. If I'm hearing consensus built around a 80% AMI deliverable in the units that are going to be coming online and figuring out a way to leverage our dollars with LIHTC dollars with the right developer, that's our strategic goal. Renting this now at whatever price falls outside of that in my world, if I'm hearing you correctly. So, we can get this turned, flipped on the market. Housing helps, make it a housing helps unit. And that money, whatever it is, comes back now and it's going to fund more units in the next, hopefully, to Jesse's point, LIHTC supported, where we put a minimal amount of 5A dollars in because the business model that's brought to us by the developer and the RFP shows how they're going to do it with LIHTC dollars, and we have minimal amount of dollars thrown into that to deliver that 60%. Moves on to the next project. Hopefully, we have enough money left over to buy the Baymont. Super. That's where then we can make something really happen. So if something like that were ever to come available, hypothetically speaking, that would be great. So, but I think we have 2 online, Hunter, that are to deliver the units that you're talking about for the family that you're mentioning. Better leverage dollars. So I think we get it, kick it off our radar, and move on to the next bigger project where that money delivers more of what we want.
If I could just, I think that was really well said, Dan, and I totally agree. And what really, sort of after thinking more on it, I just think that we're trying to put too many restrictions on that unit and try and over program who's there. And in doing so, I think we eliminate the opportunity for really, some of the folks in this town that are working would be eliminated. And so that just really bothers me. And I think that the model that Dan is describing would allow for the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm getting tired. I'm sorry. The latitude to get somebody in there. You're not restricting it to you have to be this AMI. You have to work at this stuff. It's broad enough, but you're gonna if putting it in an ownership as an ownership unit with a work only deed restriction, putting that back out to the market, that it would be snapped up like that. And it's, let's be clear, it's a 1-bedroom unit. This is not for families with kids, and this is either a single person that's trying to stay here for a long period of time, or it's a couple. And so that really, immediately narrows who can be in this unit. But that's where I land, and I respect if I'm in the minority on that, but I've completely flip-flopped on this one.
I appreciate that, Melissa. And I think for sake of time and knowing we still have other agenda items, it seems like we're kind of down to just this condo and what we do with it now. Would you guys agree with that? And Don and team will bring us back a good housing helps revision plan and looking at some code incentives. And that might help us steer that AMI question. I think we just, where do we want to go? Anyone swayed by Melissa and Dan? Are we still in the rent it for now category? That was 5 of us earlier. I just want to make sure that we're consensus. Andy.
I'm in agreement with Rick. I'm in we were renting it for now, which could be a year, it could be 2, and we put it on the market in 2 years and cash out of it. That gave someone a place to live, and then, it creates another unit on the market, and then it gets us the money in the end. We're not building Sabatini tomorrow, like we don't have to sit on the money.
Thanks. And I saw Rick give a thumbs up. Jesse's good with that. Andrew, are you good renting it for now? And all right. So we'll proceed with that. Don, is that good? Any other clarifications or council, any more comments or concerns before we move on, Melissa?
What are you renting it at? I think is the, so are you just
based
renting
on conversation? Yeah, I guess based on the conversation that we had back in beginning of February, as well as this evening, my take and my recommendation is that we go ahead and rent it at an 80% AMI level, because that will get somebody in there that needs housing, that is filling a gap. We're not, as Dan I think said, we're not going for an ROI on this right at the moment. That may come down the road as we are moving forward, but this will give an opportunity to fill somebody in that lower gap for the short term at least.
That's where I trust you and staff on that. Don, are everybody good? Yep, seeing enough head nods in agreement for those who. All right. And Melissa, thanks for asking that, because that was an important clarifier. Nancy or Don, anything else on this agenda item work session?
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Council. We'll bring you back a really clear strategy, and you can adopt the policies, the code. Boom.
And Don, I don't think I've ever seen such an applauded staff report. So nice work.
Well, I'll say thank you, but you forget 2 weeks ago with the report that Vanessa and her team put together. So
see, I missed that meeting. So I agree. All right, thank you guys. I appreciate that, and we'll keep working on the insights lens or the filter, whichever X or Y axis you work on, and we'll see how that works moving forward. So. Next up, agenda item number 5. Unless do people need a 5-minute break? I'm sorry. People good to keep charging? I saw I'm totally mixed. Andrew's leaning in.
Charge forward. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah, these should be.
I got a headset on. I can hear you.
All right. Sounds good. Then agenda item number 5 is the Adventure Park National Ski Areas Association Sustainable Slopes Commitment. And there's Gilly, I think, is this all you? Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. So I will make this brief. The Sustainable Slopes is a program that the National Ski Areas Association has put together. It's essentially a framework for sustainability for ski areas in particular, and our adventure park is designated by the National Ski Areas Association as a ski area because we have that magic carpet. And just for a little bit of background, in early February, Diane McBride reached out to me to see what the town could do to designate the ski area as a sustainable slope. And just because we are a town that owns a ski area, I wanted to bring this to council to get your opinion on it rather than, having most ski areas are owned by a company with a board. and they typically make the decisions on that. So I just wanted to get your input. And if okay with you guys, I'm going to share my screen really quickly. Can you guys all see that?
Yep, looks good.
Okay, so this is the framework for the Sustainable Slopes Pledge. There are 10 areas, as you can see, that the Adventure Park would pledge to address in its operations. Just as a quick background, this does not require any financial investment up front. And then for each of these 10 areas, the Adventure Park can earn badges for actions taken in each category that can also be retroactive. So the greenhouse gas emission study that was done in partnership with HC3 would count, I think, for 2 points towards climate action. We would receive 1 point towards transportation with the installation of the EV charging stations that are going in this spring. And under each area, you need 10 points to get a badge. Essentially, it's just a great way for folks to know that the town's enterprises also align with our climate action goals. You could display those badges on, your website. It will be listed on the National Ski Areas Association website under the Frisco Adventure Park. And just to be kind of in sync with the rest of the ski areas or the major ski areas in the county, Arapahoe Basin, Breckenridge, Copper, and Keystone are all members of Sustainable Slopes. And I think that the biggest benefit for the town would not only be that this would help us align the Adventure Park with some of the sustainability goals that have been outlined in the community plan and the climate action plan, but it also makes the town eligible for the Sustainable Slopes grants that can fund more efficient snowmaking equipment. Other things like habitat protection, watershed protection, on-site renewable energy. And the grant program is either for cash or an in-kind grant of up to 5 HKD Impulse high efficiency snowmaking guns. That is approximately $23,000 in value. And I just wanted to get council's thoughts on this if we would like to make this pledge. It does mean taking a look at the ski areas operations and seeing what we can improve from there. But like I said, there is no financial investment required.
Excellent. Thank you, Gilly. I appreciate that. How does council feel about moving forward with this? Anybody? I think it makes sense with all of our goals, and the lens and the filter is easily applied to this one, and really supports all of our directions.
Gilliam?
Wonderful.
Oh,
Gilliam,
sorry. Gilliam, I'm just wondering, I know this is a program of the, it's a ski area type program, but is this a framework that you could work up internally and use it at the marina as well? I know some of the criteria is very specific to snowmaking and efficiency and stuff, but I just think that for consistency's sake, and because it does help us achieve some of our goals, that there would be an opportunity to kind of copycat it for our other recreational areas that aren't necessarily slopes. So
Absolutely. I mean, all of these 10 priorities that are listed on the screen right now are just, very general. It's just that this program does focus on the snow. But there is no reason to say that we could not incorporate that into other aspects of the town.
And Mayor Pro Tem, we could also look to see if there aren't similar standards for marinas.
of course, if you make it up, you're losing your marketing benefits and that ability to leverage the grants. And I understand that, but given the recreational nature of it and the fact that the town has more than one operation like this, we should just be consistent across them.
Everybody Anybody need the 10 things still up, or can we go back to the group view?
I'll just stop sharing.
Thanks. Is everybody good having Gilly move forward with that? Great. I see head nods across the board. So Gilly, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, if you find something on marinas, look forward to hearing what that is or how we can implement that. So
Sounds good. Thank you all.
great. Thank you. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Burley. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Fallon. Any further discussion? Can you call the question, please?
Certainly. Aronson,
Yes.
Burley. You're muted, Jess.
Yes.
Thank you. Allen,
Yes.
Inkin,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Sherburne,
Yes.
Mortensen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business and agenda item number 6. This is the second reading of ordinance 21-04, excuse me, an ordinance amending chapters 110 and 160 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco, Colorado concerning business licensing and taxation, respectively by amending section 110-3 concerning the requirement of business for a business license, 160-1.1 concerning definitions related to town sales tax, 160-8.2 concerning sales tax license, 160-8.7 concerning the collection of sales tax, 160-28 concerning definitions related to the town's lodging tax, 160-29 concerning business license in connection with lodging tax, and 160-35 concerning payment of lodging tax, all in order to facilitate the town's use of the statewide electric sales and use tax filing payment system, and established pursuant to the Colorado statutes to simplify, standardize, and make more efficient the reporting and payment of sales lodging tax collected by persons and entities defined herein as marketplace facilitators. I will open up the public hearing and turn this over to Thad. Is this?
I think, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this one is mine. This is second reading. As you've noted, this ordinance passed with the affirmative vote of all members present on first reading. The title says it all, but I would note for the record that just now on the consent agenda, the council approved the agreement regarding the Department of Revenue sales and use tax software. That is colloquially known as the SUTS system. And these code changes are necessary both in our licensing, business licensing code provisions and the sales tax provisions to facilitate, essentially allow for the town's use of that system, which is to say, will allow for the payment of sales taxes due and owing to the town by remote sellers, what the ordinance defines as marketplace facilitators, the Amazons and others of the world who either don't have a physical presence in the state or having a physical presence in the state, don't have a physical presence in the particular jurisdiction into which they are sending goods and are liable to collect sales tax. So all of this is definitional changes, carve-outs of the requirement that those remote sellers have a business license or obtain a sales tax license so long as they are licensed and paying tax under the statewide system, which of course will flow into the town's coffers. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions for Thad? No. Then I will open it up for public comment. Anyone wishing to make a public comment? Seeing none, I will close public comment and back to council discussion or a motion.
I move that we pass agenda item number 6 and the code amendments contained therein.
This has been moved by Councilmember Aronson. Is there a second?
Well done. Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Burley. Any further discussion? Seeing none, can you call the question, please?
Certainly. Burley,
Yes.
Fallon,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Sherburne,
Yes.
Mortensen,
Yes.
Aronson.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is our continued general discussion and action on the COVID response. And Nancy, I will turn it back to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This will be a lengthy discussion. No, I'm just kidding. There is no real update on COVID. Other than, the dial keeps changing, vaccines information changed. There's some vaccine update today. Not really necessarily, we're going to put that out as soon as that comes out from Public Health. But I'm happy to take any other questions you have. We continue to have the grant open. We just got another application today. They kind of come in a little at a time, but I don't have any other, nothing unusual has happened in the last week or so.
Imagine
If I
that.
can, Andrew. Quick comment, question. One is, it's my understanding that basically everybody can sign up to get the vaccine. And so there's no reason not to. And because I know of a lot of people that are signing up, they may be underage, they may not be grocery workers, but they need arms to put shots in. And so there is no reason to not put your name on the list because you may get a phone call. Sorry?
Councilmember Aronson, that's correct. You should go ahead and sign up, because when you go through the sign up process, there's a few questions it asks you to, you have to sign up. Don't just sign up in one place. You can sign up in multiple places. So that's all on the county's website under Sumner County Vaccine. And those questions, most of the time, will qualify you in or out. So go ahead and sign up.
But sometimes they're dipping below, whatever. I don't want to, but I just.
It's a little bit complicated, yeah.
Yeah, sign up. And my question really is, can we have this new technology in chambers. Is it designed so that whether it's if some of us have been vaccinated, others not, can we do a council meeting if you're not in chambers, can we still participate in a council meeting?
If you're not in the chambers like you are right now, not in the chambers.
Like let's say four of us are in chambers and 3 of us are uncomfortable with that.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we still hold a council meeting like that?
Yes. So in other words, our council meetings are always going to be on camera now. We have cameras set up in the council chambers. They're always going to be on camera. There is a difference I want to explain. So if you're all at the dais, the cameras are going to be on council, obviously, and that's how it'll work. It's not like everyone's face has their own camera. So people have gotten a little bit used to everyone's face on camera. It's more of the collective. Can we do some of you in the council chambers? And that would be one camera. So what would happen is you'd see one camera with 3 or 4 of you on that camera, just little bits.
Yeah.
Which is kind of how it's going to be in the future in any event. I see Deborah's joined us as well, so she might have some additional comments.
I just wanted to offer, if you have any questions about the technology in the chambers, I'd be happy to answer it for you. And it's ready to go.
I just want to do whatever we can. I want to do whatever we can to get in person safely and as quickly as possible.
The technology is there.
You can meet in chambers. I just want to be clear that so a couple people would be outside the chambers. Maybe there's 3 or 4. There is not going to be one camera on your face in the council chambers. It's more traditional, a camera from the beam in the center.
Sounds all the better to me personally.
Yeah, you won't have to see your face anymore on camera.
Other questions, Andy?
I might just suggest, we're all adults and we can all wear masks and we can all distance. Like, we don't have to hug each other. And so, the rest of the world is operating, and I think it's close to time that we operate as well.
Other thoughts before we close this out? I guess I would just say, kind of bring it back to where we started with the proclamation. I think to all of you, to Andy and Andy, I'm sorry that you still have not had a chance to be in person and be in council chambers. You came into this job at the hardest time ever. I appreciate what you guys have done and staff, and I hope everybody's taken this past week and reflected some on what we've been through and where we are and what we've come through, and I think how much stronger and better we are. There were times that I was pretty beaten down for sure by the whole thing and by the jobs and all of our jobs, but I think I appreciate this group on this call and this meeting, and that's everybody, not just the ones with cameras on, to get through the last year. It's been quite an epic journey of sorts, and there has been lots of sadness, but there's been just as much good that's come of it, I believe. So thank you all. It's been amazing. So, and wow, it's been a year. Unreal. So if there's nothing else, we can close out that, and I would take a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move we adjourn.
We are adjourned. Thanks a lot, everybody. A great conversation tonight. Be well.